Situated. All right. We in here. We in here. Oh, lights acting funny today. Okay. Oh, that's a little better. That's a little better, huh? Did this.
Check 1, check 2, check.
I hear Kenny through the Comrex fine. Let me check through the board real quick. KC, can you talk to me?
Microphone check 1, 2.
One more time.
Mic check 1, 2. Barcelona, excuse me.
It's kind of par for the course with your Elk Grove internet, apparently.
Damn it!
But he's clear on my end. Come on, where are you? You need to change that. No, forget it. We've been scrambling around all morning. What's up here? Hey, Black Bottles 916 in here. What up, baby? Cole, what's good?
Yo.
Max, what's happening, my man? Max, you got a grown up today? Did I see that on IG, right? You got grown folks. You got a grown up today in the house. Matt, what's good? Bryce, what's happening? See Manny and Ramsey. Warren in here nice and early. Warren, what's good?
I see you, David. Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you, David.
All right, let's get them thumbs up going.
You know what I'm saying? It's summertime. One of the things in the summer is last summer I discovered I love me some soccer jerseys. I got to get a couple more. I got to get a PSG one. You know what I'm saying? Because that's my team, PSG. You know what it is.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Those are clean as a whistle.
I did see those.
It must be the 20. It must be the 25th anniversary because they re-released. Actually, I say re-released. They released for the first time the entire Above the Rim soundtrack on Apple Music.
Oh yeah,
with the 2 extra Tupac songs on it, including Pain.
Yeah. Pain was.
That's my. That might be That might be my favorite Tupac song.
And then the other one. Was the other one not on there? Was the one they played at the end? I don't know.
I think Pain was the one. Oh, Pain they played at the beginning.
Wasn't on there. Yeah, Pain played at the beginning.
Pain painted. Loyal to the Game was the other one.
I think that's the one they played at the end.
Yeah,
of this movie. Yeah.
That dude who loved Russell Westbrook on that intro feeling kind of nice today. What is good, loved ones?
As he should.
Welcome in to the Friday, May 21st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Hardest working man in the game right there. We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you want to watch the show and take part in the chat house, you can. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. It's been a fantastic week. We're working on a couple of things for you here today. Marshall Harris will be with us here for his weekly visit. Always good to talk with Marshall. We'll talk about NBA playoffs with Marshall Harris. We'll talk about some MVP candidates. We'll talk about a variety of different things. That's all coming up at 1:47. Of course, Rick Aldelman joined us this week. A lot of people still talking about that interview. Appreciate all of the love that we got on social media for it. If you missed it, we'll run it back for you. All good. We've got you covered. As I think KC is going to take care of some technical things on his end, and we're just going to get right into it here. You heard. I still love Russell Westbrook. So what? Well, why not? They got the job done last night. Wizards advance. And I think there's a couple of reasons that we should keep an eye out on this. we should keep an eye out on not the Washington Wizards. Wizards got the deal done. I think Joel Embiid versus Russell Westbrook will be fun. There was a great video put out there on social media. Those two have had some colorful interactions, if you will, over the course of the last few years, and both of them they have big personalities in very different ways. But I think that'll be a fun series. I think it'll be fun from that standpoint. I don't know how particularly competitive it's going to be. I think Philadelphia. I really like Philadelphia to come out of the East. I'm not picking Brooklyn, and Kenny's getting some equipment issues taken care of. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that before he jumps in here and it says, "Oh, wait a minute, you ain't talking about my Brooklyn Nets, are you?" So I'm going to go ahead and get that why he can't hear me.
I hear you now. How do I hear,
Okay.
Jesse? Because I hear there's some things I need to discuss.
What I was talking about was we need to keep an eye on what happened yesterday. The Wizards eliminating the Pacers. And again, it sets up a nice little series with the Wizards and the 76ers. Mm-hmm. But it's the Pacers that we need to keep an eye on.
Oh, for sure.
And we'll dive deeper into this coming up here in just a few minutes. But I do want to point this out. The Pacers had some issues. You remember the big Marvin Bagley game? Remember that Sacramento game? The Pacers were on the verge of imploding. There were reports coming out of The Athletic about Nate Bjorkgren and things not working out there, and how he may be a one and done, and how assistants aren't feeling him, basketball operations people aren't feeling him, the team isn't feeling him.
Well, Damian, let's not forget they almost had a boiler room brawl on the sideline.
Oh my gosh!
Greg Foster went back to the town on these boys on the sideline.
Greg Foster. We went down a strange rabbit hole after that Greg Foster incident. But yeah, don't cross G Frost, boy. He coming for you. So they had that. And what time is it? It's 3 p.m. in Indiana. I'm just keeping an eye on a potential Woj or Shams tweet, because if that tweet doesn't come regarding their head coaching position, are we going to get something coming out about one of their players maybe not feeling that particular situation anymore? We go back to Monte McNair talking about an aggressive offseason. We go back to a conversation we had with James Ham where James was talking about, hey, keep your eye on. I mean, if the Pacers really decide to blow this thing up, and you got Sabonis out there, it's like, okay, that's obviously the prize target. That's the pie in the sky, as my partner would say. You've got the Miles Turner situation as well. That's a couple of things to look at.
Let me be perfectly clear when I say,
oh dear,
I'm 100% rooting for the Pacers to implode.
And the last time we did this, it worked out really well. It feels like that was the day before the boiler room brawl.
I want them to implode, and I want them to look at rebuilding. I feel like that's the move they need to make. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
I don't know, and I don't know what your Comrex is doing. You sound fantastic to me, but they're telling me you sound bad in the studio. So
I got a lot to say too.
Kenny has been suspended. You know what we could do? Disconnect that Comrex, and I'll just pod you up on the computer. I don't want you to have to sit out an entire segment. Like, come on, man! You live on Twitch, you live on YouTube. Everybody can hear you. They could see you. You could get rid of that Comrex right there, and I'll pod you right up on the YouTube stream, just like we do with Marshall, and just like we do with Deuce and Mo. Marshall Harris going to be with us coming up at 147. By the way, I got you.
You good? I'm good. I sound good to you. Can you hear me?
You. I guess you sound as good as your internet connection is ever going to allow you to sound. Like, despite the fact that we've done everything we can, and I got to give Jesse all the love in the world, because we signed off with Yo yesterday, and Jesse was like, "Yo, shout out to Yolanda Griffith for having like a flawless internet connection." Meanwhile, here we are, damn near a year later, still working through the kinks with Kenny Caraway's internet connection.
Man, I got that Indiana Pacers internet connection right now.
That's right. That's what we want. And you know what? We want to do the same thing. We want to do the same exact thing with your internet connection that we want to do with the Indiana Pacers.
Yes.
We want to blow it up.
We want to blow it up.
We want to blow it all the way up.
That's exactly what we want to do. And look here, man. I'm looking at the situation with the Indiana Pacers. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying, what's the point in having Sabonis.
You don't need him.
What's the point of having Malcolm Brogdon? I'm not trying to get Malcolm Brogdon. I'm just trying to say, what's the point of having him? You're going nowhere, and you're going nowhere fast. All right. The best thing that you could possibly do right now is you probably want 2 picks in the star-studded draft.
That's right. This draft is loaded, man. You know how much you could do with that?
You could do a lot. You could do.
Oh man.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Mm-hmm.
The same deal that I'd have for Pascal Siakam, I'd put on the table for the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, you know what the Pacers really need? Buddy. That's what they need. They need Buddy Hield. You know what else the Pacers really need? They need a look at Marvin Bagley. Can you imagine Marvin Bagley and the Indiana Pacers? How great that. Let's cut this clip and send it to our friends over with the Indiana Pacers, because this is a deal they need to make.
We can send this to what's my man's name? Oh man, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. He does commentary for college basketball, Big Ten. But anyway, he's got a radio show in Indiana. Get this to him. Let him play it for the people. This is what you need. We'll cut the clip of Jack McMullen talking about the market there is for Buddy Hield, man. We'll cut every single clip from all 72 games where Buddy and Steph are referenced. We'll send all of that stuff to the good people of Indiana and like, look what you're getting. Yeah. You don't want these problems in the locker room. You don't want this. Nah, look here. Hey, if I'm Indiana, I'm serious. What am I doing here? Why am I trying to hang on to this whole playing game? Let me get Sabonis' money off the books.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get Brock's money off the books.
He's probably going to go downhill anyways.
Look,
get him out of there. Yeah, let him go.
But I say you need to reset. And the best way you reset, you know how everybody's always telling us here, get the draft picks, get as many draft picks as you want. Mm-hmm. Get your little mini version of OKC if you're Indiana.
So we're having
a number 13 pick and like a number 8 pick. That's a nice little reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now obviously we're laying on a heavy dose of sarcasm here, but realistically, well, no, but realistically, is this a realistic target? Like the like is this something that Monte talking about an aggressive offseason? I went back and watched that press conference again last night because I wanted to make sure that I heard it all correctly. And yeah, he's talking about being aggressive. He's talking about making the playoffs. He's talking about improving the roster. He's talking about improving defensively. Like you've got to swing for the fences here.
Absolutely. And I would, it's Sabonis. What I say about Siakam? I said actually 2 first-round picks.
You did.
Would I do that for Sabonis? I think I would. Because to be honest with you, as much as you're swinging for the fences, there's only so much that you can swing for this offseason. There's not a whole lot available that's out there. I feel like Siakam, Sabonis, maybe a Karl Anthony Towns. I think that's about as good as you get this offseason. It's not like James Harden is going to be available. You know what I'm saying? It's not that.
Take a hard pass on that anyways.
Oh, I'd bring Harden.
It's not what you need here. It's not what you need here. Please stop.
But yeah, I if I'm Indiana and I say, all right, I can have Sabonis and go nowhere and be right back in the draft again and owe him money. How about I take a flyer on Marvin Bagley? I just get Buddy Hield in here. Let's see if we can have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
But I get
because that's one thing Buddy Hield is fun.
Well, Buddy Hield in that situation, maybe he work out a little better.
Buddy Hield with the green light. Don't worry about anything else. Yeah, perhaps.
Maybe he work out a little better, get him and McDermott out there. Maybe that's the sales pitch right there. Yeah, shooters all over the place.
Yeah.
Or he could be the 6th man like he probably should be in this.
Shooters only.
Shooters only. But I mean, in all honesty, I think Indiana would at least have to think about that. That's a conversation. And I think that is the basis for any deal that Monte McNair may want to do. I think it's Bagley and Buddy and 2 first-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can sell somebody on.
Well, that's a big. That's a big deal. Like that's the deal.
Yeah, I'm not doing that for Miles Turner.
Right. That's what I mean. That's not these aren't like acquisitions you make throughout the season. You're talking about, or throughout the offseason, excuse me. You're talking about the deal of going to acquire that AB player to go along with De'Aaron Fox and obviously to tag along with Tyrese Haliburton and the core. That's what we're looking for. We're talking about a core group right here.
We need to add somebody to the core. The other thing about that, and we'll talk about this as the day goes along, you get Sabonis, and maybe you're not tripping that hard on Richaun Holmes anymore, because Richaun Holmes might get paid. He might get paid in a handsome way that's out of your way. Now, look, if you get Sabonis and you have Richaun Holmes, now we got some real action. But Sabonis, I don't want to say he's a backup plan for if you lose Richaun, but if you lose Richaun, you're like, oh, okay.
Let's talk more about Richaun. James Ham wrote about him. We've got Warriors Grizzlies tonight. You got that here on ESPN 1320. The MVP finalists were announced. Partner, you hit the nail on the head. I was still surprised when those announcements came out and Giannis Antetokounmpo's name wasn't mentioned. We'll talk about all of that stuff. We'll dive back more into the Kings as well as we continue. We're just getting started. Get comfortable. Put your feet up. It's Dylan with KC here on this Friday edition on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Normally on a Friday, man, I'm prepared to pour that first glass of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin at about 4:05. But I tell you that the way that this morning is gone, we might have to bump up that timeline just a little bit. And that's the beauty with McQueen and the Violet Fog, man. It is good all day, every day, no matter the weather, no matter if it's scorching hot outside or the wind is blowing like crazy. It's the absolute perfect drink. It's got this distinct citrus flavor, flawless. Quality, every bottle. Flawless, is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. And I'll tell you this, we don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. You already know that. Go to drizzly.com to grab your bottle right now. They can even deliver it right to you. And if for whatever reason, while you're out and about, you're running your errands this weekend, if you can't find McQueen and the Violet Fog in your favorite store, let us know. We'll get you set up. Reach out to D-Lo, reach out to KC. We'll reach out to Ben. We'll get the re-up. You'll have that McQueen and Violet Fog in your hand here real soon. When you make that first cocktail, post a picture. Send it to us on IG at D-Lo McCasey and at McQueen Violet Fog on Instagram. We can spread the word around the entire valley about the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. D-Lo McCasey reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Kenny, you back on? You back on the Comrex?
I'm trying it right now. I'm resetting.
Okay.
Now, check.
No, that's me. Sorry.
Check. Jesse, how I'm sounding, man. Still, we're good.
All right, we're clear. Okay, there we go. I mean,
all you people in the chat, no, I'm not talking about Clark Kellogg or Quinn Buckner. What's my man? It's
I don't know who you're talking about.
The white guy that does Big Ten basketball on ESPN, and nobody really likes him. Not Didrik. Oh my gosh, I know his name. This is gonna bother me. Anyway, he's got a radio show in Indianapolis. That we just need to make that happen. We need to send this clip to them. So we can play it on the show.
You know what you need? Buddy Hield. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Poker Pro, not so much. I mean, I don't know why you're being a dick today, but that's actually not what happened. But love you. Love you just the same.
Ramsey,
hey, ladies demo in here.
Dan Dodgick, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I don't know why I didn't get it when you say nobody likes him. Yes, that's him. Yeah. Hey, there's another one. There's another guy.
That guy right there.
That's a good call, Ryan. That's a good call right there. That's an even better call, Roddy, right there. Man. Go at Bam first.
You're not getting Bam.
And I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say why. I mean,
I like him better. You know.
Yeah. But Sabonis is realistic. Like Sabonis, at least right now, is a little more realistic than Bam. I don't feel like Bam is realistic at all.
Sabonis is looking like he's in the first year of his extension. He got 4 years, $74 million on that contract.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm with it. I don't know what Indiana. I don't know what they're doing. I think they should move on.
Yeah, they should. It's so hard to say goodbye. They should just call. What they really need to do is call Nate McMillan and be like, "Hey, it's my fault." Jesse coming out aggressive on this Friday. Okay.
Jesse, I mean, it makes sense because, we're in Sacramento, California, but Jesse real West Coast, man. Real West Coast. I ain't got no problem with it. I just notice it.
Yeah. I mean, that's what he grew up on over the last couple of years when he actually grew up. If you want to be a part of the show, 916-349-1320. You can get at us, take part in the chat as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. It's a little feisty in the chat this morning. That's not unusual.
Always. I mean, it's always what it is, but it's Friday. That's my favorite day of the week. People should be feeling good like me on a Friday. I mean, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping. I had a really nice conversation with my man Sam over at City Center Financial. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about getting some money in my pocket, getting my refinance, right? We're feeling good. Everybody else should feel good.
We can get that refinance with your man Sam. Maybe we can get that internet on point.
That's the plan.
There we go. Okay. Get the bathroom set up. Get Kenny's internet on point. Those are the two plans here. Sam, what was the company again? City Financial?
City Center Financial.
City Center Financial. We've got to get this done.
They take care of you. They're going to take care of me, and we're going to get this internet right.
I'm talking to Sam. Sam, if you're listening, we desperately need to get this refi done so Kenny can get his internet upgraded. Sam, the fate of this show is on you. You hear me? Sam, let's get this done, my man. Let's get this done. If you want to get in on the show, 916-349-1320.
The world.
The fate in the entire D'Lo KC world is in Sam's hands right now. MVP finalists were announced last night. Jokic, Joel Embiid, and Steph Curry got the nod. And you said that.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I mean, that's great. Like, we're really just going to leave Giannis Antetokounmpo out of this.
Yeah.
Yep. I guess we are. And I don't know if this is like the Heisman Trophy deal, where like the first three, the top three guys, or if it's really, really close, it'll be the top four get invited. But maybe it's not close, or they just feel like who's got the best star power here. I don't really know how they go about doing this. It feels like it's Nikola Jokic's award to win. The way that they've been talking about him the last few months, I still think Joel Embiid is the MVP. I'd listen. In fact, I don't have an issue with any three of those guys. And if you had I feel like you should have put Giannis in there. I wouldn't have been surprised if anyone's name was called.
Nah, I mean those are the guys. Those are three of the guys, I should say, because I think Giannis should be in there. Harden was in there until he probably missed too many games. But, I don't.
Harden wasn't going to win it.
No.
Harden wasn't going to win it. Games or not, I think there were enough people frustrated with James Harden that he wasn't going to get those votes. Like James Harden's behavior in Houston has as much relevance as Giannis Antetokounmpo not winning an NBA Finals. Now, James wound up missing time, but if James, I contest, I believe if James had played 70 of the 72 games, James Harden, he wouldn't have been in the MVP conversation because of that.
There's people who are hell bent on making sure he got no kind of shine for what happened this year,
and I'm one of them.
Now, Giannis,
James Harden won an MVP, and I didn't want him to have any shine. Like, okay, move along, knock it off. You're a one and done. Jokic is going to be a one and done because Jokic isn't going to get to the final. Jokic could
get bounced in the first round.
I was going to say he could get the Dirk Nowitzki award right here.
Dirk,
he could get the Dirk treatment. You better give him that award quick.
No, that's tough. That's tough, Dirk, but it is what it is. It's the Dirk MVP. It's like a gentleman's sweep. It's a Dirk MVP when you get bounced in the first round.
I think Jokic could be looking at that. He could be looking at the Dirk MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Will Z, our guy Will Z, our unofficial statistician,
very official.
He put the whole thing together a couple weeks ago, and I looked at it and I said, Giannis is the MVP.
Yeah, right.
He's not even in the top three.
Right. When you look at the numbers where like he had a good number. Like James Harden was on the list. LeBron James was on the list. Steph, Jokic, Embiid, Curry. I mean, he did a great job of breaking down the percentage of games played, all of these different things. And you just looked at Giannis's numbers like, how? But it's not performance.
Right.
That's the frustrating part. It's not performance. It's storyline. And the storyline is Giannis is being punished for not winning the NBA Finals last year. Or maybe more accurately, Giannis is being punished for not getting to the NBA Finals last year. Mm-hmm. So he can't be the MVP no matter how stellar his numbers are.
Which is crazy. I mean, the bubble was what the bubble was. And then they get on Giannis, saying he won it 2 years in a row and didn't get to the finals. Well, the first year, it's not like he got swept in the first round. Lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to the eventual champions. That's his fault.
That was kind of a underdog-ish team, though.
Who, the Raptors or the Bucks?
Oh, you're talking about the year before. No, yeah. I was talking about last year.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but they equate both of them and say, well, 2 years in a row, he didn't get it done in the playoffs.
Right.
That's the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah. Storyline. It's your BCS rankings. It's your college football playoff rankings. It's your AP poll rankings. If you start far enough behind, you're never going to be able to catch up. Wow. And I think that was the case with Giannis. He started behind the second he didn't advance to the NBA Finals because it was him alone. It wasn't the Milwaukee Bucks that didn't advance to the NBA Finals. It was Giannis Antetokounmpo that didn't advance to the NBA Finals.
And look, with all that said, Damian, I know you feel the same way that I feel. If Jokic wins, I mean, more power to him. He deserves it. He's had a great season. He's had an MVP season.
Absolutely.
So there's no shade at Jokic for thinking that Giannis should be a part of this or that he should even be the MVP because I think they're both deserving.
Absolutely. But I think the frustration for people like me, it always comes into play when what is the most valuable player? Who's the award for? Is it for the best player in the league? Is it for the best player on the best team? Is it for the best story in the league? Is it for, the guy, again, Jokic, they've been doing this for 2 years. He let them down last year. He got run out the gym by Rashawn Holmes. He was getting run out of the gym by everybody. Yep. Comes back in the bubble, loses a little bit of weight, has a fantastic season this year. But okay, Denver's again, Chris Paul isn't in this conversation. Rudy Gobert's not in this conversation. Even before his injury, Donovan Mitchell wasn't in this conversation. Mike Conley's not in this conversation. Right. Joel Embiid, he's not the best player on the best team. He's the best player on the Eastern Conference's best team. And it doesn't feel like he's the guy. It feels like it's Jokic. So,
but you know what, Damian, and I want to know how you feel about this. I know it frustrates a lot of people, maybe even frustrates you. I'm okay with it being left up to people's interpretation year after year. I think that's what drives the conversation. I like the conversation. I'm okay with it. Because if you go and you say the best player on the best team, I mean, but Rudy Gobert is not the MVP. You know what I'm saying? Hell, Donovan Mitchell is not the MVP this year. Let the season tell the story. We know an MVP when we see it. We know an MVP season when we see it. And even like we just said,
So
Jokic is nowhere near having the best team in the league, but we know he's had an MVP caliber season.
see, but okay. Okay. When you watch Steph that year, particularly the second one more than the first one, you knew what you were watching. Like the conversation then became, is it going to be unanimous? And it was, but you knew what you were watching. With Russell Westbrook, I don't know, like if it was the triple-double that people knew. I've said this before, the shot against Denver. That was like that was a moment like he's having like that's an MVP moment right there. He solidified the triple-double on the season and he scored 50. He scored the final 12 against Denver. He eliminates Denver in Denver. The crowd's going crazy. They're eliminated from the playoffs. Crowd's going nuts. That's an MVP moment. James Harden, I can't remember any of them, but I know he had them. I know he had 50, he had 50, 15, and 13 games. Yeah. Like he put up absurd numbers the year. Like he knew. What's Jokic's most memorable performance this year?
The only one that comes to mind, and it's probably because I actually watched it, was
you mean to tell me Jokic isn't must-see TV?
No.
Oh, you mean to tell me you're not worried about when the Denver Nuggets are playing basketball?
I'm not.
Oh. Yeah, no, who is? I mean, anyone in the chat, raise your hand if the Denver Nuggets and Nikola Jokic are must-see TV appointment viewing for you.
Well, there's a reason they have the 7:30 game on a Saturday night in round one.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's with Dame. Poor Dame couldn't even get them out of that slot. And
Dame gets no love, man.
No love. But the one game that I do remember, he had like a double overtime 50-point game against Memphis at home where he brought him back a couple times. It was the same night where I feel like everybody had their, no, this is the MVP type night. Same night Steph went for whatever he did in Philly on ESPN. Jokic went for like 50-something against Denver. I think somebody else had a big game that night too, but like three of the guys were like, no, MVP moment. That's the only one I remember from Jokic this year.
Couple of things here I want to point out in the chat, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Marcus says he dropped 50 on the Kings. He sure did. And they lost.
That's correct.
They lost. Poker Pro Eric, who's particularly cantankerous today, says MVP has nothing to do with must-see TV. Come on. Most valuable player of the NBA, right? Or NBA's most valuable player. If you're not must-see TV, you're not the most valuable player. You might have had the best season.
Yeah.
Which maybe that's what Jokic had. Joel Embiid to me, must-see TV.
Yeah.
Steph, same thing. Giannis, yep. Jokic, he ain't there for me yet. Mm-hmm. And I don't know why. Like his numbers are great. His numbers are extraordinary. He did have the 50 against the Kings. It was awesome because they lost. Mm-hmm. I don't go, man, I cannot wait to watch the Denver Nuggets tonight. Give me the 76ers on a Thursday night. Yep. I'll check that out. Saturday night. Yep. Steph and the Warriors. Steph and a 500 Warriors team. Yeah. I'm gonna see that. Nikola Jokic and Mike Malone? Probably not. Who they playing?
This may be an unfair comment to say because there's history that goes with what we saw the other night. But Jokic ain't doing 5.6 million with either one of them. If it's Steph versus Denver, he ain't doing 5.6. If it's the Lakers versus Denver, he ain't doing 5.6. Now, like I said, that's unfair because LeBron and Steph have history. And it's history that everybody knows about. It's history that my mom, Cheryl Grove, knows about and is in tune with. She doesn't know Jokic. Mm-hmm. Like she may recognize him, but she's not invested over years in Jokic. So maybe that's an unfair comment. But I mean, he's not that. He's not that. And that's, once again, like you said, That doesn't mean he's not having an MVP season. That doesn't mean he's not the MVP. But don't try to act like he's bringing eyeballs to the TV. He's not doing that. I don't like the best thing about his game to me is his passing ability at the center position. I think that's awesome. His scoring it's ugly. It's nasty. I hate the way he
but he does it efficiently.
He does it very efficiently. I'd love to have it in Sacramento. I know that much. His rebounding is solid or whatever. I'm not the only thing I'm a particular fan of about his game is his passing ability, but that doesn't make him not one of the best players in the league.
Quick. So what's so great is you can poke holes in everybody's idea. Right? Like this one right here. Peyton says the player that gives their team the best chance to win. The Bucks are a great team without Giannis. That's why. Perfect. Steph Curry's the answer. Because the Warriors are 15 wins without Steph Curry. The Warriors have won, I think, 1 game out of 10 or 11 this year without Steph Curry.
Yeah.
So you could poke holes in everybody's idea. Quick programming note. One of the highlights of the early stages, way back, I don't know if y'all can remember this, and I know it's hard to believe. D'Lo and KC used to be 2 hours.
Oh, the days.
And one of our big outings, our first big outings was the NBA draft. And right before we went off the air, we had been on for 8 hours, about 7:50. We said, hey, we got Tyrese Haliburton's dad on the phone. The Kings had just selected Tyrese Haliburton, and it was like, okay, cool. I had no idea Mr. Haliburton was going to be as much fun as he was. And we have gone through an entire season, and Mr. Haliburton is going to join us coming up here in about 20 minutes.
Nice.
Tyrese Haliburton's dad, Mr. John Haliburton, will be with us here coming up at 12:50. For his second visit. His second visit with D'Lo and KC. And I recall, you asked him when he joined us on draft day, you asked him about, what do you know about the city of Sacramento? And here's what Mr. Haliburton told us on draft night.
Okay, so it goes like this right here. I didn't know much about Sacramento. I didn't dislike them because I didn't know anything about them. Now I love them. I think they're number one. Here we go. And let me tell you something. You guys, though we all as a family become a family, you got Tyrese Haliburton. And let me tell you something. Tyrese Haliburton going to work hard. Tyrese Haliburton going to push his teammates. Tyrese Haliburton going to allow his teammates to push him. And we're going to turn this team into a strong winner.
Nice.
Together.
Nice.
There you go. That was Mr. Haliburton, Tyrese Haliburton's dad, John Haliburton. He's going to join us coming up at 12:50. So about 15 minutes or so from now. We're looking forward to that. He's a lot of fun, and I'm anxious to get his thoughts on Tyrese's first season in the books.
I mean, Mr. Haliburton, that guy's a gem.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Absolutely.
So, if you, I think a lot of the people did listen to him on draft day, but if you missed the conversation with him, you want to get back in here at 12:50 in about 15 minutes because it's going to be a very good conversation. I can tell you that. I promise you that one.
He's a character. Yeah. He's absolutely a character. So that'll be fun. Coming up here again at 12:50. Tyrese Haliburton's dad will be with us on ESPN 1320.
Now, to your point about this MVP thing, you say Steph Curry. I'm gonna poke holes a little bit in what you said because you're right. If he's not there, that's a maybe a bottom 5 team in the league. But they're still playing in a playing game tonight.
Yeah,
still playing in a playing game tonight. So it's not like, for instance, Allen Iverson in 2001. The Sixers without AI is a bottom 5 team, but with him, they got the best record in the Eastern Conference. It ain't that. They're still playing in to the playoffs. They might not even make the playoffs. I think they will easily, but there's a real possibility they might not even make the playoffs. Razor thin.
Yeah.
So that would be my argument against. Like it is, I agree with you. You're right. Without him, they're nothing. But with him, they're average.
Okay.
Whereas Peyton said Giannis, without them, they're still good. Without Giannis, they're probably in a playing game too. Giannis has elevated them to a top team and a team with NBA Finals aspirations.
So but doesn't that have more to do with the team rather than the player?
No, the player takes them to another level. They're a good team without. They're a play-in, maybe a 6th seed without them, but no real aspirations of anything. They get Giannis. Now we can talk about championship expectations.
I mean, Steph has won like a couple of titles, right?
Yeah, and he's won a couple of MVPs too.
Oh, I guess that's part of the reason that maybe you're disqualified once you win too many MVPs. Like LeBron James, greatest player in basketball, is never going to be eligible for another MVP unless he averages like 50. And even at that, they'll be like, I don't know. I don't know. Like I don't know. Luka Doncic had a really good season. Like I think Luka Doncic, because he almost averages triple-double. Do you know how hard it is to average a triple-double in the NBA? Yeah, let Luka do that. That'll knock LeBron James down. LeBron could average more points than Steph did this year. Be the oldest guy to ever do it. Luka Doncic, though, that 25, 10, and 9.5, boy.
How about with Luka, when they be like, we've never seen anything like this in the league.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen.
They do it now.
Mm-hmm.
We've never seen anything like Luka before. All right, guys. What the meme say? Sure, Jan.
Sure. This all started because we were talking about Indiana. We were talking about the Washington Wizards knocking off the Indiana Pacers yesterday. Pacers season's over. The Wizards move on to take on the Philadelphia 76ers in the 1-8 matchup. Yeah, that game was never. Second quarter, I think it was 16-0 run. That game was that it was just a wrap. Russell Westbrook was just getting to the basket at will. They being the Washington Wizards, outscored the Pacers by 32 paint points. The Wizards have scored 140 plus points in 4 games this season, counting that play-in game last night. 2 of them were against the Indiana Pacers. So we started this with remember when that athletic report came out about Nate Bjorkson? Remember when right before that Sacramento Kings game, it looked like things were about to explode. And then the Sacramento Kings game got here and they exploded with Greg Foster on the sideline and that whole incident there. And it's like, all right, there's a couple of guys there on that Pacers team that might be worth Monte McNair making a couple of calls over. And Monte McNair talked about being aggressive this offseason. And then I wanted to ask you this. I wanted to tie this in an article that James Ham wrote yesterday about obviously the desire to keep Rashawn Holmes, but the difficulty in it. Mm-hmm. Could part of the aggressiveness, if you will, that Monte McNair is talking about, could part of that be, hey, we've got to keep Rashawn here. We've got to make sure that we keep Rashawn Holmes here.
It could be.
I'm not going to say at all costs. I'm going to stop short of saying at all costs, but we've got to keep him here.
It could be part of the aggressiveness. I got to say, no disrespect to Rashawn, but that would be a little disappointing. I want Rashawn, but I also want new blood in here. I need more talent in here. And once again, I want that to go with Rashawn Holmes, absolutely. But if they got some all-star talent in here, like a Sabonis, like a Siakam, and it meant that they wouldn't be able to bring back Rashawn Holmes, I would hate that, but I'd be like, all right, we've elevated talent-wise. I'd be okay with that. So I would want the aggressiveness to be bringing in new, more explosive, more high-level talent.
Okay.
I want Rashawn, though. I do.
I know you do.
Yeah.
But at the right cost.
At the right cost. And
I think there's, here's a direct quote from James Ham's article. James Ham joins us every Wednesday, by the way, at 3:20, beginning this upcoming Wednesday. According to a league source, Holmes' team is looking for a contract in the neighborhood of 4 years million.
Mm.
He follows up, that's a steep price to pay, but Holmes will be coveted on the open market. We don't do math on this show. 20 per?
Yeah.
That's not Kings money. That is not Sacramento Kings money whatsoever. But is there a team out there that could really offer Richaun Holmes? Hey, and we've said it all along. We've said it from day one. Get it. If someone offers it, take it. 4 years, $80 million, you've earned that. This is going to be the biggest contract of your professional career. Go get it. But, we've heard Charlotte. We've heard, Toronto has had interest. Those two teams had interest at the trade deadline, allegedly. Are those teams going to be looking to acquire Richaun Holmes? I think Dallas was a team that I had heard mentioned behind the scenes once. I don't know that Dallas has that kind of money to spend. I haven't dug deep into their cap, but I don't think that they have that. I don't know how many teams, period, have that amount of money to spend with the upcoming cap this offseason.
Yeah,
Charlotte's one of them, though. We know that.
Yeah, Charlotte is one of them. That's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money. And if I'm Monte McNair and everybody here, I tip my hat to Richaun and say, man, you got to go do that. I understand that. But like you said, I'm not sure if that's going to be out there.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not sure. It could be like there's not a lot of people. It's not going to be like a bidding war. That may be what hurts them. So somebody can come back to them and say, we'll give you 4 for 65 and see if you can find a better deal than that out there.
We mentioned the candidates. We mentioned the finalists for the MVP. Well, how about the finalists for Rookie of the Year? No surprise. Tyrese Haliburton is in that mix. And Mr. Haliburton, John Haliburton, Tyrese's dad, he joins us next here as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Good job, Jesse.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's see. Hayward. Is that Gordon? Y'all talking about Gordon? Why do y'all don't like Gordon? I mean, Gordon's signed. He ain't going nowhere. Are you talking about a sign? Is there a sign and trade proposal? There it is. I see it, Leezy. Yeah. I like Gordon Hayward though. I don't like him that much, but I don't know that that's the type of player that the Kings need, anyways. And I don't think that's a type. I don't think they want to give him up. Yeah. And Boston was like, it's all good. Go ahead. Go get that. Go get that. Take that. Take that. Take that.
Oh.
It's for the show, Eric. It's remember they do the awards show now. That's what it is. They're trying to do the finalists, the Heisman Trophy deal. But I think these guys know, like, when they don't win, and I think this has been the case in the early years of this, guys know they don't win, they don't go.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're all sitting there at the table. It's not like they're all sitting there in the front row waiting for the announcement to be made. They already know. Like, yeah, I'm not going to this stupid show that nobody wants. You announce the MVP after, like, no one cares. At least I assume that's what they're doing. That's why they do the finalist thing, Eric. But I don't know that they're actually doing a show this year. Can anyone confirm that?
I haven't heard one way or the other that they are. I'm trying to think.
NBA Awards Show 2021. Finalist announced. No date and time. TNT. Okay. TNT will announce the winner of each award during its coverage of the 2021 playoffs. So no award show this year. Each voter's complete ballot for each award will be posted on NBA.com after the announcement of all end of season awards. Okay. Yeah. So no show this year. Yeah, I did see that, Ben. That was funny. Did you see the video of Trevor Lawrence ignoring the Jaguars calls on draft day?
No.
It's pretty funny. I don't know if he thought, I don't know if he was like, I don't know whose number this is or what it was, but it's pretty funny.
I got a question for you when we maybe afterwards, a little later, about the NBA schedule.
Okay. Is he hurt? Was he hurt a lot this year?
I think he got hurt twice. Came back though. Technically, so did Bagley.
Oh, he did. Jesse was like, "Oh, you think I'm West Coast? You think I'm West Coast only? Okay, I'll drop some Junior Mafia on you,
honey. Hey,
you want to send Mo on my living room floor? Play Nintendo. How dated is that line? Play Nintendo with Cecilio. Oh man,
Super Nintendo.
No, this was Nintendo. Trying to picture little C sitting around playing like Super Mario Brothers or something, or Duck Hunt.
What was that Menace to Society when they were playing Duck Hunt?
They were playing Duck Hunt.
Yeah.
Oh man. Tyrese Haliburton's dad, John Haliburton, we call him Mr. Haliburton on this show. He joined us on draft day way back in November. D'Lo and Casey, we were no streaming yet, no 4-hour shows yet. We were toddlers at the time. In Mr. Hal, it was our first 8-hour show. Danny in San Francisco was like, they did it. Let's see how many more we can schedule them for. But it was a great surprise. He joined us at the very end of an 8-hour show. It was a fantastic conversation, and this is going to be the first time we've had the chance to talk to him since draft day. And I played this clip just a few minutes ago. You asked Mr. Haliburton what he knew about Sacramento when he joined us, and here's what he said.
Okay, so it goes like this right here. I didn't know much about Sacramento. I didn't dislike them because I didn't know anything about them. Now I love them. I think they're number one. Here we go. And let me tell you something. You guys, though we all as a family become a family, you got Tyrese Haliburton. And let me tell you something. Tyrese Haliburton going to work hard. Tyrese Haliburton going to push his teammates. Tyrese Haliburton going to allow his teammates to push him. And we're going to turn this team into a strong winner.
Nice.
Together.
Nice.
You remember there was a stretch where, remember when Tyrese his first injury, everything went to hell. It was like the Kings can't win a game without their rookie on the floor. Kings were playing well. Everything's going like, hey, we've got something going here. And then Tyrese suffers his first injury. It's like, oh my God, he's the most important player on the team already.
It was like 7 games.
Oh, incredible. And we're so happy to bring in Mr. John Haliburton once again. Mr. Haliburton, thanks for joining us. We haven't got a chance to talk to you since draft day. How are you, my friend?
Hey, my man. I am doing outstanding. Outstanding. Awesome. All good.
Well, your son yesterday was one of the finalists for Rookie of the Year, and we just played a clip from when you joined us back on draft day, and you said you've got a young man who's going to work hard. He's going to make his teammates better. He's going to make this team better. He did all of those things. How do you feel after a tremendous first season from your son, Tyrese?
No, better yet. Let me turn that around to you. How do you feel when I told you exactly what he's going to do?
We have a term. Yeah, we have a term here. It's called core. What core means is they're the pillars of the franchise, and we knew very, very quickly into the season, Mr. Haliburton, that Tyrese was going to be a pillar of this franchise for a long time.
Look, the best thing about it that the way you get a winner is like it's always been, with him. The way you brought up is like this right here. First of all, if enjoy where you're going, you make everything better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So if you're happy with the team that you're going to, and you work hard, and then you can just show exactly what you're all about. And Tyrese Haliburton is I'm very, very thankful. I'm blessed. I'm proud in godly way that, that this young man, that he showed up.
Yeah. Mr. Haliburton, I mean, I can only imagine what it feels like after all the AU games and the late night practices and working on his game, at the park or in the backyard or whatever, to now see him in the NBA night in and night out playing against guys that you guys only imagined that you would play against. Tell me about how, from your perspective, seeing your son on an NBA court night in and night out, how was that experience for you?
Well, this is what I told him, and this is where I always tell my kids. Don't be shocked, because first of all, you belong there. It's not like somebody just came up and then put you there. And to watch you play the people that he loved, like LeBron James. LeBron James is his hero. You know what I mean? That kid would fight you. You listen, when we have an argument between Michael Jordan and LeBron James, he don't want to hear it. He don't want to hear it. Okay? And we have to go over and over again, because I'm from Michael Jordan era, and of course he's from LeBron James. And he's the dad. It don't get any better than that. It just don't get any better than that. So to watch him play against him, it was just so funny to me. I had the greatest laugh, because I can look in his eyes for a moment that he was like, wow, this is real.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
This is real. And he's like, when I talked to him afterwards, it's like, Dad, I just had such a good time.
That's awesome.
He looks like, and that's one of the great things about your. It looks like every game he's having fun. It looks like he's locked into what he's doing. He's aware of what's happening around him, but he brings my partner. You've got a nickname for him, KC. Yeah. What's his nickname?
I affectionately call Tyrese Haliburton Little Magic. That's what I call him. He's a little magic out here.
and he brings joy to the game in the same way that Magic Johnson does.
Well, when he was coming up, I used to watch film. Yeah, see, I'm a Magic man. I'm 100% Magic man, because Magic was always about his teammates. He wasn't about himself. He was about my teammates, but he could score if he needed to score. Okay, but mainly he had his teammates in the floor of every move that he made. You see. So I told Tyrese, listen, Tyrese, I said, this is the way you can be if you want to. You know what I mean? Because it's in you to be exactly just like this. You can't miss. Because the way Magic Johnson does it is what's inside of you. And I've seen it from a young age. You know what I mean? As you can see, he can be going to the hoop. He has an easy layup. He sees his partner sitting over there. He gets to him. He feels just as good. It wasn't no big deal with Ty, like, okay, I need to make 30 points. I need to make 40. No, as long as his teammate was involved, as long as his teammate brought him to what the goal was that they had, when he was playing, listen, nothing can go wrong. So you ain't the only one calling Matt Little Matt. I've been calling him that for a long time.
Well, Mr. Haliburton, how about this? I've got the name from Magic itself. I don't know if you saw that tweet on draft day. Magic was giving out congratulations, and he said, congratulations to the Kings getting Tyrese Haliburton, a.k.a. Little Magic. And, I know for your son it was an awesome moment, but somebody that really loves and appreciates Magic Johnson's game the way that you do. When you saw that, how did you feel when Magic Johnson was saying, yeah, that's Little Magic out there?
Oh, well, we happened to be, he was in the car in front of me, and when Magic shouted that out to it. And so I seen it, I was like, what? Oh my God, are you kidding me? I'm like, and so I went, Ty, look at this. And I saw it, I was like, oh my God, Dad.
That's so cool,
Dad. And I was like, yeah. You see? I say, I'm not the only one got those eyes, boy. Hey, look at that. Look at that. You know, it just made me feel so great. And the reason being because I was right.
Yes, that's
You're
right.
spot on.
There's
You're spot on.
no better feeling than being right. That's
I was right. You know, I'm like, look at that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, there's no doubt that you're going to live up to that.
yeah.
There's no doubt. No doubt whatsoever.
Yeah.
Mr. Haliburton, how quickly did Tyrese get a hold of you after he injured his knee a couple of weeks ago?
You mean when he did, listen. All right, let me break everything out for everybody that's listening. Okay. First of all, God is good.
Mm-hmm.
He got injured his knee. He shook himself up. He got very nervous when that all it was just soreness, because when your knee locked like that, it's going to become sore, you know, because the muscle's poor. So it wasn't necessary. I don't necessarily look at it as an injury. I look at it as if it was a shocker. That's what it was. You know what I mean?
Scared him.
Good. All the way through, he was good. Because when it happened, let me tell you how funny, well, it wasn't funny, but, you know, at first it wasn't, but then I got over it. But when it first happened, you know, I seen it in quick motion.
Mm-hmm.
Quick motion. So when he went down, I'm hollering on the television, like, get up. You can play through this. Let's go. Get up. You know? But then when they showed it slow motion, I was like, I was on the phone. I was on the phone, like, real fast.
Yeah.
Like, somebody tell me that my kid is okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I said, and I need to know that now. And then, of course, I caught myself, and I said, of course he's okay. God is good. I said, I just need for somebody to please tell me how he's feeling. That's what I want to know. You know what I mean? That's the main thing I want to know, how is he feeling? Because I never looked at him as being injured.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Never looked at it that way.
Yeah.
Were you able to get a hold of him pretty quickly?
Oh, very quickly. Very
Okay.
quickly. Oh, my gosh. It was like, boom.
Okay.
Trust me, he was on the phone talking to his mom, like, right away, because, you know, she was, like, staring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know? And so he was able to get her right away and let her know, I'm good, Mom. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. You know, the only thing that, with this kid, the only thing that was broken with him is that he couldn't play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
The first thing on his mind was he had to get back out there. He needed to win this game, and he wanted to be part of it. He needed to get back out there. And once he realized that he couldn't do it, it was like, you know, it was like deja vu all over again. You know, he was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
You know, the kid, he can't stand it. He cannot stand to be out of a cage. He can't.
Well, we love watching them play here in Sacramento. Have you got a chance to come out to Sacramento? I know fans, COVID, all that sort of stuff. Have you been out here yet to watch them play? Okay.
I went twice when they first started letting fans in. I was there, and I came out there for Christmas. Now let me tell y'all how funny it is about Sacramento to me. Okay, so when I get out there, I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. I was told that this is a fan base here. I don't see nothing that says Sacramento. I don't see nobody walking around with a jersey. I don't see anybody walking around with anything. I'm like, I think these people got themselves mixed up because they don't know anything about fans. If you want to know fans, you come here in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, the Green Bay Packers. Oh my God. Every block, every inch, every corner, everything is Green Bay Packers. And I'm thinking to myself, Sacramento, where you at?
Yeah.
I hear about this fan base, but I don't see anything. I go into the store. I didn't see anything Sacramento. I went in a couple of Lashers and stuff like that. I really didn't see anything Sacramento. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on? Did everybody go and run and hide from the virus? What's going on?
I think I think it's more that the Kings have run and hid from the playoffs for so long that it doesn't have the same, like people are a little, they're still here, Mr. Haliburton. They're absolutely still here. It's been a little dry for the last decade or so.
Well, let's say, hey, listen, I can guarantee you that's over.
I like that.
My
I
man.
like that, Mr. Haliburton.
I heard you. I heard you.
And I can tell you, Mr. Haliburton, when you speak, we listen because you're right with everything that we've heard you talk about so far. So when you say it's over, I'm like, all right, it's over.
It's over.
Let's go.
It's over.
Let's go. And I can promise you, Mr. Haliburton, if you come back out here opening night next year where they got 15 to 17,000 people in the Golden One Center, you'll see everything that you want to see. I can promise you that. You're going to see everything that you want to see that night. Yeah.
Trust me, I would be there.
We look forward to it.
Because I want to see that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We look forward to it.
I love it.
We appreciate you for joining us, Mr. Haliburton. Thanks for carving out a few minutes. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend.
Yeah, hey, it's always a pleasure to be there. You know what I mean? Hey, whenever you want me, just shout out and I make myself available.
We'll absolutely do that, man. Thanks again. That is Mr. John Haliburton, Tyrese Haliburton's dad, who guarantees the playoff drought is over. He said, hey, he didn't mix words about it either. He said, hey, it's over.
He said, you heard what I said.
You heard what I said.
Yeah. And
look, he said it twice. And that's the rule. That's the rule on the show. When you say it twice, that's when it's for real.
That's when it's for real. And look, the man ain't been wrong about nothing yet. He ain't been wrong about nothing yet. That's why when he say something, I'm like, oh, I perk up. I think Mr. Haliburton, he sees these things. Chris Cook in the chat, he's got it 100% right. Send Pops a bottle of McQueen.
Oh, let's get that. Black Bottles 916. You still in here?
Let's send Pops some McQueen for sure.
Let's get the Haliburton family laced up. You listening to D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We just wrapped up a conversation with Mr. John Haliburton, Tyrese Haliburton's dad. If you missed that, you could subscribe to the podcast on Odyssey, Apple, Google, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast from, or you can use the rewind feature there on the Odyssey app. You can check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. By the way, speaking of YouTube, we need another YouTube subscriber. Just like right now, this instant, we have a weird number of subscribers that I just need to change. We have 666 subscribers.
Oh, good God.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and need somebody to go ahead and be 667 here real quick, and then 668, and let's move on to 700. Let's get to 1,000. Let's get all of that stuff done. But I'm going to need someone who may have not have subscribed to the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel to just go on and jump there and get that handled here real quick.
Yeah, we got to get that taken care of.
That cannot be our number of subscribers.
I don't want that at all. The streets are calling for it right now because Mr. Haliburton is that guy. They want some air horns.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Yes, sir. He told us the playoff streak is done. You know what I'm saying? The postseason drought is over, and he's the man himself. So I'm giving him some more air horns.
There it is. That's what's up, man. What a great conversation with Mr. Haliburton, and good call from Jesse and Danny in San Francisco, who thought, we haven't talked to in a while. Why don't we see if we can get Mr. Haliburton on the line? That was a good call by our behind the scenes team there. And as much fun as that conversation is with Tyrese, we know that Tyrese is probably going to finish third in Rookie of the Year voting. Not really due to a ton of fault on his own. Like he wound up missing a lot of time. Kings went through a couple of 9-game losing streaks. I'm going to assume it's Lonzo and Tyrese in terms of the voting. Maybe Tyrese gets second, but I think he probably winds up getting third. But what a great crop of rookies in the NBA.
Yeah.
And what a tremendous player that Tyrese Haliburton, because Anthony Edwards went what number?
Number 1.
LaMelo Ball went what number?
Number 3.
And what number did Tyrese go?
Number 12.
Not bad right there.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, not bad at all.
That's one of the reasons why I am so optimistic about the Kings moving forward, and especially next year. Tyrese Haliburton.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guy. Little Magic. That's my guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not only what he can do on the court and seeing his improvement, getting a year with somebody like Rico, just getting a year working on his body, things of that nature, but the energy he brings to a team. I mean, he brings winning energy. And I love even when he wasn't able to play. You see him on the bench. I loved all that on the bench from him being the first guy, getting hyped on the sidelines. He just brings a winning energy and a winning vibe. I love everything about Tyrese Haliburton.
Even though he missed time, LaMelo's winning the award, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think so too. I want to ask you this though, as Tyrese had a phenomenal year, and it seems like an eternity ago when we look back at those early games where, and I don't really remember why. I don't remember because we remember the thing with the knee the most, but he missed a couple of games early in the year, and it felt like it derailed everything. Like everything went like, God, the Kings can't win a game without Tyrese Haliburton, and I mean, he was such an integral part of that second group. He became an integral part of the starting lineup for a brief period of time. I know there was a game where De'Aaron played like 5 minutes, and I don't remember. Like I just remember De'Aaron playing 5 minutes, going back to the locker room. Tyrese kind of taking over that role. He wound up starting the second half because De'Aaron was done that day, and it just he really started to solidify with the team. And I think that was the time where it was like, okay, this is De'Aaron's team, but Tyrese he's going to be core now. He's going to be a pillar. Like he's going to be a part of what this team is building moving forward. And when you look back at, De'Aaron could be put into this conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was a number 5 pick. When you look back at, say, Tyreek Evans, who won the Rookie of the Year, you look back and you factor into DeMarcus Cousins. It feels like, the expectations were so different. Hell, we could put Marvin Bagley in this. Marvin Bagley was taking number 2. Mm-hmm. It feels like the expectations for Tyrese were so different because he was taken at number 12. And I think because De'Aaron was here, and this is sort of the case with Marvin Bagley too, not so much when you're taken at number 2, but it already felt like De'Aaron was our guy. Like he was going to be the face of the franchise, so to speak. When Tyrese was drafted last year, it wasn't like you don't have to come in here and be the face of the franchise.
Yeah.
You don't have to come in here and be the guy who makes all of the appearances and be the guy who does the car commercials and the pizza commercials, and you don't have to do every single radio show. Like we've got De'Aaron to do that heavy hitting already. He's already the face of the franchise. He could come in a little bit more. He can come in with a little bit. I don't want to say he doesn't have as many responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
He could just focus on basketball. And then he comes in and it's like, oh my God, this kid is amazing. Right. This young man is amazing. And he still doesn't have to do all of that other stuff. De'Aaron is still here and De'Aaron is still amazing. So he still is the face of the franchise, but it changes the expectations of Tyrese a little bit, I think. And it allows him to just go out there and do what Mr. Haliburton was talking about there a minute ago. Just play ball.
You know what though, Damian? Ironically enough, I can see a situation where Tyrese becomes that guy that you said he doesn't have to be. He's got more of the personality to be the face. He may not be the best player. De'Aaron Fox is going to be the face to a certain degree just based on his skill level and the numbers he's going to put up, money he's making, all this other stuff. But Tyrese is, I hate to always go back to he's the heart and soul of what they do, I think. Because he's the one that's not afraid to lead vocally. He's a great speaker. Not that De'Aaron's not, but De'Aaron's, he's more reserved. Tyrese is the more animated one out there on the court. It's not his role. It's not what we asked of him coming in or the franchise asked of him. But just naturally, I think that could end up being the role that he plays in this franchise and on this team. And I think it's actually perfect for De'Aaron Fox. The things that De'Aaron doesn't do is because he's not interested in it. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not for all the interviews and all this other stuff. Like he'll do it, but he just likes to play. And even on the court, all the leading and stuff like that. He'll lead. He's a point guard. He's a point guard. So there's a certain level of leadership to him, but he's not really rah-rah. You know, he's not really into all that. He's pretty chill and all this other stuff.
He's not fiery, those were his own words.
Yeah, he's not fiery. And you have Tyrese here, and he can do all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He can be part of that, and De'Aaron can get back to what he naturally wants to do, and that's just play.
And maybe that's maybe that's why this relationship seems to work so well, and maybe it's what the Kings organization can bank on moving forward, is that, you know, Tyrese does that stuff. It still doesn't because when you have all of the pressures of that stuff that you just mentioned, no, Tyrese can't do that. He could do the interviews, he could do this, he could do that, but you don't have to be the best player on the floor. You don't have to be, and obviously he's an important part, an extremely important part of what the Sacramento Kings are building. But it's still like it's De'Aaron. Like De'Aaron is the guy. Like the next steps for each of these guys is going to be really important. Hell, I don't even think De'Aaron has to take another step. De'Aaron needs to just keep along this path that we saw here in the second half of the season when he returns next year.
Yep.
That's what we need to see. How does Tyrese grow in what I think will be a different role next year than he had this year? It's still, I think the pressure on him is less because now you have two guys instead of one.
You're right.
Whereas with Tyreek, DeMarcus, come save our franchise, come save our city, come save everything, come save our organization. And these guys, they don't get us to the playoffs. These guys don't have to, they can kind of split that load. And hell, Mr. Haliburton just said the playoff drought's over.
It's over.
It's a wrap.
It's a riggedy wrap. I can't wait to make the playoffs next year.
Man, what a right? What a week it's been of conversations. We had Yolanda Griffith yesterday. Kings fans were buzzing about Rick Aldelman. If you missed that conversation with Rick Aldelman, we're going to run that back for you. Of course, we always have great conversations with Deuce Mo. We have great conversations with Marshall Harris. Marshall Harris coming up this hour. He'll be with us at 1:47. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings, some plans for the futures, and we'll dive into the NBA playoffs as well, make some first-round predictions. It's dealing with KC. Roll along here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. So it's 43.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I was expecting it to hit here. That's my bad.
It's all good. That was a good interview, though.
That was really good.
Kings fans, Mr. Haliburton calling you out, and I don't blame him. I've been saying it. Not even the fans, but the retailers. That Warrior stuff out of here. Get that Warrior stuff out of this.
Just Warriors. Go to
Lakers. Get that stuff out of Target.
You walk into Foot Locker and it's LeBron James all the time.
Get that stuff out of here. I've been saying it for years, man. And Mr. Haliburton's correct. I need more purple and black
that's
around
fine.
the city.
One, I don't even think purple and black are the Kings' colors anymore. Two, I'm not mad at the fans. I'm not mad. You got to win me over. You got to wine and dine me, fam.
Okay. Roddy, you're a wild boy. I seen you.
Oh no, what did Roddy do?
I
appreciate you, little brother 4-5. I know what you meant right there. You meant interviews, not jersey. Like I know what you meant. We appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. Glad we're gonna run that back later. Maybe about 2:55 or so.
Yeah.
No. Wait, what's Roddy doing? I didn't see Roddy doing it. What did Roddy do? Roddy. I'm trying to scroll. Man, it is
pretty funny.
I can't find him. Did someone block Roddy? I can't find him. There he is. Oh dear. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, Roddy. I feel like we could pull that off. I don't know.
You had another one?
Wait, which one are you? I don't even know which. Are you looking at the Father's Day idea?
It's a little before that.
Oh, it's before the Father's Day idea. All right. Roddy. Oh. Hey. That's what the smart ones do, right? They follow the big boys. That's all right.
1320 where the big boys play.
Yeah.
Somebody on here was asking me about if would I wear a Liverpool jersey if they got it for me. I'm sure I would. What does one look like though?
Kenny's. You're just wearing the colors. That's what you're wearing.
I mean, I know it's
I saw this,
Barcelona
Tim.
though too. I know it's Barcelona. So
I don't know.
okay, Barcelona. And you know, PSG's my team. I need to get the PSG.
Them PSG Jordans are. By the way, when is a new shoe going to come out that I can just buy? Every shoe that comes out now, I got to enter a drawing for. Yeah, and we know how corrupt the drawing is. I ain't going to get it. Didn't somebody get arrested because they were corrupting the drawings? Like, give me a break. I told you about that one time. I was waiting for a shoe release and I was just like looking at it and it was 7:00. I was like, all right, I'll enter the drawing. Before I even got a chance to enter the drawing, it said sold out. Yeah,
that happened to me in the Grinches. Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
oh yeah, Liverpool.
It's a drawing. How did it sell out?
I'd wear this red Liverpool joint. Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, it's bruh. No. To answer your question, no Jordan will ever come out where you can just buy him.
Yeah,
ain't happening. Those days are gone. We're never returning to that.
Cole showing up trying to rep them stripes. Cole, you better sit down, son.
Yeah, please
sit down. The reason you can go buy Adidas because nobody want them.
I don't want that trash.
What's the one? Dame? I don't even know what those are. I'm gonna look them up.
The
Yeezys
are fly. The 350s.
Oh, man, back on. These fools coming in here talking about Adidas on the chat line. Somebody rocking Adidas. Come on, somebody kick Cole out of Twitch. Cole's on timeout. Somebody put Cole into Twitch timeout. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. You two can go timeout. You two can go on timeout.
You know who likes Adidas though?
Run DMC. What?
Yeah.
Wow.
I got him.
Please.
I got him about 3 or 4 pair of Jordans. I got him some Westbrooks. I got him a couple pair of Kyries. And he want to come to me talking about, I like Adidas.
Yeah. No,
okay.
Tell me.
Sure, Reese.
Please tell me more about how bad a father Kenny Caraway is. Wow. Reese is rocking Adidas. Who knew? Man. About to call Child Protective Services right now. Like, wow.
Now,
Marcus
says y'all don't mess with the NMDs. I don't have any, but I'm not mad at those. I am not mad at the NMDs. I'm not.
All right.
We keep talking about it. We got to get Nick DePaul on here.
Yeah, we did.
Actually, I talked to him. I got it.
No, yeah, we got his number. We're ready to do that. Nick DePaul, the ultimate sneaker guy. I think it's a great time to do it. Like, I don't know if you're aware of this. Things are about to slow down dramatically for us over the course of the next couple of weeks. Things are about to slow down. You are going to see the full semblances of D'Lo and KC's charming personality here with the Sacramento Kings season over. There's no coaching search to look forward to. There's no coaches to analyze. The draft lottery itself is still a freaking month away. The draft itself is a month after that. We've got some time to kill, baby. We could get Nick DePaul on here. Every random guest that's not a boxer or a wrestler, because then we'll get a talking to that we've ever had an idea to have on. We could probably have on over the course of the next couple of weeks. I'd love to have a sneaker conversation with Nick DePaul. That dude is deep in the game. You know what we got to do though? We got to get him on the stream.
Yeah, for sure.
We got to get him on the stream so we could see his setup and see some of his grails and shoes that I have never seen in person before.
That feels like a Friday conversation.
Do that. No. Maybe a Friday conversation brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin.
People love happy hour.
Maybe we carve out a 3 o'clock hour to spend with Nick DePaul.
People love happy hour.
I'm with it. With it. The way this morning went, I was going to start happy hour at about 12:30.
Okay. I didn't even have time to start happy hour. This morning is crazy.
I was resetting the computer 3 times. We get connected. Kenny had to reset his broadcast box. It's like, holy crap, man, what's happening to us right now? It's Friday, man. We're supposed to kick back, put our feet up, and have some fun.
We gonna have fun though.
Well, we already have, man. Mr. Haliburton brought us back. We had Tyrese Haliburton's dad on with us earlier. He declared the playoff drought over, which is fantastic. Yes. And so he kind of brought us back around. a lot of people, and we appreciate all of the love for the fantastic week of interviews. We've already had Yolanda Griffith on the show, Hall of Famer. She joined us yesterday on the video stream. We had Rick Aldelman all the way back on Wednesday. If you missed our conversation with Rick Aldelman, we are going to run that back for you here today. So if you're listening on the radio, you're not really into podcasting, you're not really into YouTube or Twitch, no worries, man. We have got you covered. We're going to run that back for you. And Marshall Harris is going to join us coming up at 1:47. Playoffs. What are you doing? What is happening right now?
Somebody in the chat. Yeah, okay. Talking about who wears Jordans after 30 years old. Where's this guy at?
Excuse me. Who? First of all, one, boot him out of the chat, and two, you need to close the chat. You need to focus on the radio show. That is debatable.
We've had a great week of guests.
That is severely debatable. Didn't you once report a trade that didn't happen? Didn't you want?
Why are we bringing up old stuff, Damian?
Oh, Julio Jones has been traded to the San Francisco 49ers. Really? Says who? No, the chat. Someone in the chat just said that Julio Jones is headed to the San Francisco 49ers. No truth. I'm looking around like I have nothing from Schefter, and I think it was bad football. I have nothing from Schefter. Yeah, like I've got nothing. Football. What's going on? No, it's in the chat. It's Roddy said it. Like, oh, great.
I think it might have been Manny.
Who knows? Who knows? It was probably Manny. Manny's always quick to be like, hey, guys, is this true? But he'll throw in the, hey, guys, is this true? Like 10 messages later. Goodness gracious.
We have had a good week, man. It's been a lot of fun.
A lot of reminiscing this week.
A lot of reminiscing.
Yeah.
And so it kind of got me thinking. And shout out to Danny in San Francisco because he asked me and Damian this question, and I think we're on the same page here, but I think it's debatable. He said, what's the best Sacramento Kings team of all time?
Yeah, and it was funny because you and I had the same answer like right away. Like we didn't think about it because Danny was like, is it the team that went to that lost to the Lakers? Mm-hmm. And you and I were both like, no, it was the team the next year.
Yeah.
That was the best.
That was the 2003 team. That's the best team in franchise history.
I think
and
so
it's weird because they didn't off the top of my head, I think they finished third in the Western Conference. I guess I could look that up too. But
I think it was second. Was that because it wasn't that the year that
they didn't have home court against Dallas, and I don't think Dallas finished first. I think the Lakers. I don't know who finished first that year, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm going to have to look that up. Maybe Jessica looked that up. But the point being, they didn't have the best record in the game like they did the year before. They went 61-21, I think, in 2002. So their record wasn't as good, but I just thought I knew for sure that team was ready to win a championship. I wasn't always certain that they were ready mentally to win a championship in 2002. Wasn't always sure. So. Yeah, I thought that was the best team of all time.
Yeah, that's in retrospect, that's difficult to like. It's difficult for me to go back in the moment and go that team that lost to the Lakers wasn't ready to win a championship because it very much felt like they were, and and everybody knew, not just here, everybody across basketball knew that the winner of the Western Conference was going to be the NBA champion.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jason Kidd in the New Jersey Nets, but it wasn't about you.
Todd McCullough, sorry about you. But I say that because, like I said, as a team physically, clearly they lost Game 7 in overtime. Like clearly they were physically ready. Mentally, I didn't think they were there. I'm a little old school in. You got to get your heart broken to understand sometimes to get through.
I get that.
They hadn't had their heart broken yet. They had the ultimate heartbreak in 2002. I thought that helped motivate them. I thought they were going to be ready to go, and they were ready to go. They beat the hell out of Dallas in Game 1 and in Dallas, and then Weber in the fourth quarter of Game 2 goes down. And even then, they almost won that series.
Yeah. I mean, and even the next year, while Webb was rehabbing, like
Minnesota.
I mean, that was a game. Was that a Game 7?
Game 7.
Game 7.
35 and 15 or something.
And the
crazy.
Kings were down like big late and made a comeback. And it wasn't like a Chris 3.
Chris Webber 3 to, I can't remember if it was the tie or to win it.
Yeah.
But it was either one of those. Chris Webber 3.
And that was the year they had the best record in the league while Chris was out.
Yeah.
And then Chris came back and it was off.
And that one's
it was off.
That series is frustrating too, because they went in and they won game 1 in Minnesota. And then they were up by 10 with about 2.5 go in game 2. And Sam Cassell came back and beat them. And that was tough because I don't want to say that they necessarily were better than Minnesota, but they were about to go up 2-0 coming back to Arco in that series. They're up 10 with 2.5 to go. Imagine, I think that was on a Saturday night too. So imagine what Monday morning on D'Lo and KC, Monday at noon on D'Lo and KC would have been if they had a chance to go up 2-0 and blew a 10-point lead with 2.5 to go. And that would have changed that whole series.
KG had 32, 21.
Oh my gosh.
4 steals and 5 blocks in that game 7.
Oh man.
I talked to I don't think you'll have a problem with me saying this. I talked to Pete Youngman yesterday. We've been trying to get Pete on this show for a while. Pete is absolutely going to come on this show. He's waiting for a couple of things because I told him there are going to be some things that you want to talk to him about.
Oh, for sure.
And he was like, can we hold off a little bit longer to make sure I'm good to do that? So Pete Youngman's absolutely going to join the show. He'll reminisce about the Kings, and I'd be curious. It's something that I'd love to ask him. It's something I'd love. I shout out to Al Biancani. We talk about Pete Youngman all the time. Al Biancani, the strength coach, the guy who taught me everything I know about training. He listens to the show every day. I would be so curious, like what the conversations were about Chris Webber that year. Like, what was like? Was there a plan before the season started? Did the plan change during the season? When did you decide like he's ready to come back? Was anybody resistant to bringing Chris Webber back in the middle of the season, given the way that the Kings were playing? Was there any thought of course, this wasn't a term back then. Was there any thought of load managing? Were there minutes restrictions? Like, what were all of the different ideas? Were there different ideas for bringing Chris Webber back that year after that injury?
Yeah. That man, to go back in time, man, if I had a radio show then when that was going on, now I'm sure that we talk about Marvin Bagley being polarizing, them having the best record in the league without Chris Webber, and then Chris coming back. I mean, that would, man, we could do 4 hours on that every day if we were going on at that time. So
yeah.
That was a trip. I think back to that series again, and obviously it was a little bit of a fluke for them to come back in game 3 at home. But I mean, that was a winnable game. They forced that one to go into overtime and lost that game too. And it would have set up Kings Lakers again. And that's what I always wanted. I wanted another shot at the Lakers because I thought they would be ready. Hell, not the year they lost to the Timberwolves, but 2003 year, Christmas Day, prime time, Kings go down to Staples and they beat the hell out of the Lakers in that game. I mean, they were ready. Yeah. They were absolutely ready to take that next step. And man, that's when everything ended. We can point to game 6. We can point to, with all due respect, Adam and leaving and all this stuff. It was over when
Adam and left. It was over. like you point to that moment there. It's like, okay, it's over here. No, when Rick left, it was over.
Yeah. So
there's no coming back from this. There's no fixing it.
Everybody, no fear, because this drought about to be over.
We need to cut that clip. We need to cut that clip of Mr. Haliburton, and we're just gonna. Oh, the playoff drought's over. It is over. I envisioned. We got it next time. Next time we get Mr. Haliburton on the phone, it's got to be the live stream because I'm envisioning. I'm envisioning him going full Vince Carter. It's over. Over. That's it. That's a
wrap. And people bringing this up a couple times in the chat in that series. Yes, Anthony Peeler punching KG, getting suspended. What I also remember from that is Kevin Garnett. Fakest tough guy in the history of NBA basketball.
Fakest? Why?
KG never wanted that smoke, but he would
You don't think
act
so?
like hell no.
KG never
But he
wanted
would act,
smoke?
he would act like, oh, he was all about that life. KG.
You really don't think KG will pop someone in the throat?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Huh. I mean, if that's the
He
case,
was all bark. And I love KG, but the antics, he was all bark.
why? I'm okay. What leads you to that conclusion? Because he never popped anybody in the throat.
Yeah, but he was up in somebody's face like he was about to do something all the time. Never did anything. Never did nothing. And then the one time somebody popped him, he just took it. Didn't even get in Pillar's face. I didn't even say you got to punch him back and get kicked out of the playoffs. But he just took it and kept moving. And then he tried something slick. If you remember, he gave Anthony Pillar like an elbow to the gut or a forearm shiver or something like that, thinking Anthony wasn't going to do nothing. Anthony popped him right back in that jaw, and he backed up and was like, oh. Biggest tough guy in the game, man.
I mean, he's intense. He's intense. I never thought he was a fake tough guy.
Now, Ramsey, it doesn't matter because this is a crazy place too. Kwame Brown. But KG's from South Carolina. He ain't from Chicago. He went to school in Chicago for like a year and a half. As you guys can see on the radio in the chat, Ramsey says KG from Chicago. He wanted that smoke. No. KG never wanted that smoke. Now, can he fight? Can he actually beat somebody up? I don't know nothing about that. I just know all the antics that he did on the court that everybody would see. It was never because he really wanted to fight. It was all a show.
I never thought like that with KG. But okay, if I'm trying to think of a reason to disagree with you, and I just can't think of one. I really can't think of one. I appreciate his pettiness level. He mentioned like player number 15 on the Boston Celtics, but didn't mention Ray Allen. Like those dudes are carrying this to their grave. Like they are carrying Ray Allen going to the Miami Heat to their grave. And I admire that. Like that is, I mean, as everyone on the chat knows, especially during the commercial breaks, I'm Petty LaBelle. My pettiness level is a 10. Them Celtics dudes is like a 20 out of 10. They're next level.
They celebrate themselves like no other. Hey, they're champions.
You would think they won 7 titles. You would think that KG, Paul Pierce, and Kendrick Perkins were on Bill Russell squads, and they won like 10 of 11 or something like that. That's how they act. They won one God blessing championship. One. Yes, thanks. That was Doc Rivers. No. Doc Rivers just chimed in. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Doc.
I'm just telling the truth out here. Just spitting facts. That's it. Never lost a series when they were healthy.
The Jesse Simmons podcast 3 times a week here on the Ringer.
What's so fantastic about that is Doc said that in a press conference. We still haven't lost, when everyone was healthy. And then they traded Kendrick Perkins. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I can't defend that.
Like you just said, we've never lost a series when everybody was healthy. And then you go off and trade Kendrick Perkins. Speaking of guys I want to get on the show, dude, I have grown to love Perk on television.
Oh, Perk
amuses the hell out of me.
I almost want to give him the must-see TV label. And I almost want to give him that.
Perk, he hasn't like flat out said it. Perk hates Brad Stevens. He is not here for the Brad Stevens business whatsoever. Like Brad Stevens said something like, yeah, if I was an NBA fan, I wouldn't give us much of a chance. I don't know how we'd beat Brooklyn. Dude, Perk lost it. And imagine a world where Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman are trying to be the voice of reason here. Be like, nah, Perk, like Phil did this all of the time, and Larry Brown did this all the time. Phil Jackson, Brad Stevens ain't no Phil Jackson. And it's like, oh my God, like he wants his head. Like he absolutely wants Brad Stevens' head. I love me some Perk. And anytime you can get a moment like this,
if Big Boots is it. Boots a bitch.
Oh, we got to get Perk on. We got to get Perk on next week.
That is never not funny. That
I feel like Perk was an Odyssey Sports insider at one point. We got to get Perk on here, man.
Yeah, we got to make that happen. Another moment of KG being a fake tough guy when he ran his mouth about Carmelo and Carmelo's wife, and Carmelo wanted to smoke out by the bus, and KG was hiding in the locker room.
Ah, there you go. Okay, you got it. That's it. I'll take that one. I'll take that.
KG wanted none of that.
Didn't he call someone
Charlie Villanueva?
Yep, that's what it was. That's what it was. And the great thing is he said he didn't, and nobody believed him. Like he said he didn't say something about Charlie Villanueva, and everyone was like, "Yeah, dude, yes, you did," and everybody knows you did.
KG reminds me of. Did you watch Jersey Shore?
The question is, did you watch Jersey Shore?
I absolutely did. Now, I didn't watch the whole time because it got crazy after a while. But there was a time when they went to Italy and Ronnie was about to fight the situation.
Whose man's is this? I really need to know.
It's going to tie in. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie was about to fight Situation. Situation didn't want to fight Ronnie, but his whole tactic was, I'm going to act crazy to make him not want to fight me. So he slammed his head up against the wall, but he didn't know out there, like out here, it's drywall or whatever. But in Italy, it was like a concrete wall. So he was like, come on, let's go. And like was acting crazy and slammed his head up against the wall and like really hurt his neck. That's how KG is to me on the basketball court. He tries to act crazy so people be like, oh, I don't want to mess with him. Anthony Pillar said, I'm going to smack that boy up, see what he do.
I'm so like saddened by this whole thing that just happened. Like you went with Jersey Shore.
Like that was the perfect analogy. Situation. Yeah, Situation acts crazy. KG acts crazy. Made people be like, KG wants to smoke. KG wants to smoke. And real ones see through it.
You couldn't have gone with the analogy of Will Smith talking to Ashley, talking about act like you got a tick, and you just back up. Mind your business. That's all. Just mind your business. No. You couldn't go Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You went Jersey Shore.
Damien, first of all, don't try to shame me about the Jersey Shore. Jersey Shore was lit. Like, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Come on, this? Stop playing with me, man. Jersey Shore was lit. I don't care what you got to say. First 2-3 seasons, lit.
Jazz. If you are within earshot, if you are watching on YouTube right now, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're in the living room, come get him. Do something about your man here. Why? There's more here. Rich,
she know what it is. She know what it is. Chris Cook know what it is.
I don't even know. What is GT? What does that even mean?
Gym Tan Laundry. Stop playing with us.
I've never wanted it to be 4:00 as bad as I do right now. Never.
I'm telling you, it was TV gold, man. Oh,
Rich says, I'm surprised Casey didn't go with the AC Slater Zach Morris fight as his analogy.
Zach, well, no, because they really fought. That's why I couldn't go with the analogy. KG ain't really fighting nobody. Zach Morris, I still say Zach won that one. Yeah, Zach won that one.
Okay, I don't even. How did we get from Perk to Kevin Garnett? Okay, I gotcha. Yeah. Nobody milks the championship. Of course, we're a fan base who lives in the early 2000s, and we're riding the Boston Celtics, who have
we didn't win.
We didn't win. Meanwhile, we're riding the Boston Celtics. I just love the pettiness level of not acknowledging Ray Allen in anything, as if they all didn't leave for Brooklyn like a year later, as if they. Dude, I swear to God, Jesse, if you just jump in here with this nonsense one more time.
Oh my God.
You're telling me they didn't want out of Boston.
I think it was mutual. I think Danny Ainge and those guys realized it was probably best for everyone that they should be gone.
So Ray Allen was smart enough to leave the year prior But he doesn't get credit for like, oh yeah, this ship is sinking. I'm going to go win a championship in Miami.
He could have went somewhere else. I mean, I'm not mad at Ray personally, but I mean, I get why they are.
It kind of sounds like you are.
But wait a minute, weren't they going to trade Ray? We'll need a bunch of trade talks.
Big facts.
Minor details.
Yo, I remember that All-Star game. I remember that year, Boston was a disaster at the All-Star break. Yeah. And there were all these reports coming out from Boston about things that were going wrong, and they wanted to get Ray Allen out there. Well, Ray Allen was the one leaking all of this stuff to the media because they were trying to trade Ray Allen, and they wound up not doing it. And Ray left the next year in free agency.
Yeah, and went to Miami.
And won a championship. And hit one of the biggest shots in the history of the NBA Finals.
On top of that, they weren't going to bring him back.
I think they were. I think they were. They were. That's why they're so in their feelings. Are they really just in their feelings because he went to like, you can go to 28 other teams, you just can't go to that one. Come on, man.
I do know that Robbie Ford said it best. Cabs are here. Cabs are here.
I don't even know what that. Okay.
Miss Mac 10 knows. Chris Cook knows. My guy right here.
This is what we do.
Cabs are here.
This is what we do. We do a show for like 3 people. That's what D'Lo and KC has become. We do a show for 3 people. Everybody who gets the Cabs are here jokes. Congratulations. We'll step out. We'll come back. God, I hope Marshall roasts you for this. I hope Marshall, and shout out to Joe Adge, who posted the Papa Haliburton said the playoff drought is over and tagged it with the Vince Carter gif. Nice work from Jill Adge over there on social media. Give us a follow at D'Lo and KC or at ESPN 1320. Marshall Harris joins us next as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Your man Kenny Caraway here, and we talk about KG, and we talk about being a fake tough guy and all this other stuff. KG really just needs to calm down, and he needs to let this whole thing with Ray Allen go too. And what they need to do is they need to sit down and they need to have a drink. All right. Talk as men, talk as 2 potential Hall of Famers, because Ray's going to get there, and they need to have a drink, and that drink needs to come from McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. And I promise you everything will be good after that, because it's that smooth, distinct citrus flavor that will cool and refresh them with every single sip, and everything will be good, man. So the Brazilian gin that I'm talking about here with McQueen, it's produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that'll tell me 2 things. That'll tell Ray 2 things. That'll tell KG 2 things. The quality that you get from every bottle of McQueen will be completely unmatched, number 1. And number 2, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. So Ray Allen, KG, this is what you need to do. Go to drizzly.com, get you a bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. Everybody else do the same thing. You can also get it at your local store. And if they don't have it there, talk to me, talk to Damien. We'll get that taken care of. Ben will get us some more on the re-up, and we'll be good to go. You'll have a bottle. All right. You can also show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin by tagging your post at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. We need to just go ahead and let the entire region know, the entire valley know about the biggest boss when it comes to who's the best in the game when it comes to all this gin, right? After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Look, all I'm saying here, the first about 2 seasons of Jersey Shore, that was some damn good TV. And can't nobody tell me different. Can't nobody tell me different, Jesse. It was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. Let me see. Oh, let me switch over. back up in there. There we go. Shy the man. What did I change the subject on? I ain't changed the subject on nothing. Kept it a stat. Roddy, they did never make it. I saw like a reunion show or something. I think Situation was getting married. They had a whole season. I didn't watch this. I saw this episode though, and Ronnie came back with like his crazy girlfriend or baby mama or something like that.
I shouldn't have come back. Why am I echoing?
I'm up. I'm on the roadcaster because of Marshall.
Check 1, check 2. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm not echoing anymore. Okay.
I'm not gonna
Marshall.
Stop playing, man. I'm gonna watch The Office. Got to get through at least.
You're not.
I have no problem with The Office. Why do you guys say that?
You guys keep saying you're gonna watch it, and you never do.
I haven't watched a TV show since the basketball season started.
Fair enough.
Once I get
I'm way behind on Young Rock.
Oh yeah, I do that.
Oh man, I didn't send the link to Marshall. That's the type of morning it is, or was.
Tony Edwards, no. Cap's here.
All are stupid, man. Oh my gosh. I'm not watching one season of it. I'm not watching one episode of it. Absolutely will not. Let's get this out of here. There is our man. Look at that beautiful face. What's up, man?
What up, fellas? How is everyone today?
We good, man.
We are fantastic. You got me playing out of your speakers?
Your voice sounds deep.
Yes. Do I need to put in headphones?
Oh yeah, because that's a heavy echo. That's a heavy echo. And I sound very odd.
Hold that thought.
It's getting weird on the stream, man. I should say it's getting weirder. You can hear that little echo there from Marshall Harris. Where for some reason I think Marshall Harris has got like this Luke Walton filter where I come out of his speakers and I sound like Luke Walton.
Say watch the tape.
I don't know. Well, I can't because he's got me in his headphones now, so we're back to sounding normal.
Walton.
So we welcome in Marshall Harris to CBS 13, who is just munching away on God knows what. Bro, I got to admit, you were the star of the press conferences the other day. Particularly, I think it was the Luke Walton press conference, because on the live stream on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320, we actually aired the press conference live. We aired the video portion for everybody who was watching the stream. And so when we're doing the screen sharing with the Zoom, we could see Marshall Harris, who was just kind of like
chilling,
like just chilling, sitting on about $500,000. And I think the D'Lo and Casey crew got a good kick out of that.
You already know what it is, man. I'm in here trying to get questions for the people. You know, whether it's Luke, whether it's Monte, whether it's De'Aaron, whether it's Harrison, whether it's Shemezi Metu, whether it's Mo Harkless. Like we need answers.
Did your voice get deeper, or is it my imagination?
It's your imagination. Y'all have me plug in headphones, and now all of a sudden I sound like I sound, you know?
Dude, I'm bugging out, man. Like,
what is going on?
Dude, your voice is like you. Just humor me. Say that cat Shaft's a bad mother. Shut your mouth. Come on, just one.
That cat Shaft's a bad mother. Shut your mouth.
There it is. All right,
got it. All right, we're good.
I don't know what's happening right now, but I'm all for it.
Do I sound like the Situation? Let me know what's going on.
So you know who the Situation is. Let him know.
Only because you just told me about it.
You slip. You know, you went to the Jersey Shore, Marshall.
Yeah, but not that Jersey Shore. So I lived in Philadelphia, and adjacent to Philadelphia is, of course, New Jersey, for all those who are geographically challenged when it comes to east of the Mississippi River. And then the southern Jersey Shore is like a different animal, so much more calm and just docile place. I'm about to be back down that way next week for my birthday. I'm going not to the Jersey Shore. I'm going to Delaware. Delaware, a beach in Delaware. So
okay,
yeah,
man, you were quite the traveler here.
I think we lost Damien. Can you hear me?
Did Damien strike a deal with your internet company, your internet provider, Kenny? Is that what happened?
I sure hope not. But it's just me and you right now from our show.
Your voice sounds like this. It's killing me.
You told me to plug. Do you want me to unplug my headphones?
No, because then there's this is fitting of the day. Y'all go ahead. I'm just gonna crack this open. Y'all do your thing.
We can hear you fine. Look. I sound the way I'm supposed to sound. I'm just happy to see y'all on a Friday when there's not this King's angst hanging over us like there has been the last month plus. Is that fair? Yeah. So I feel like we're all a little freer, a little looser, just a little. I got my waffle fries from the old spot.
What's the old what Chick-fil-A? Like what do you?
Yeah.
The half sweet, half unsweet tea. I'm good, man. You can't tell me nothing.
Fries are, oh my gosh.
You've been on the health vibe though for a while. Is this?
And you know what? Sometimes you just gotta be like, I'm going to be me today, unapologetically me, and that's where I'm at. If we're talking sports, we're talking food. Look, do you see the joy on my face? The unbridled joy. Do you see it?
I see it.
I know you see it. Like, y'all can't tell me nothing. I ain't got to go to work today. I ain't got to go to work tomorrow. I've already worked on Sunday stuff. Like,
you good to go.
We got good things happening here in Sacramento. You know what I'm saying?
Good to go. And he got them.
On Sports Sunday this Sunday at 11:30 p.m. when it always airs, we got a story about the young kid Drew Robinson who just got with the River Cats. And of course, playing with one eye, and it's a crazy story. We got that. We got, just like y'all had yesterday, we have an in-depth conversation with a Sacramento Monarchs legend in Yolanda Griffith. She was great. Great to talk to a grandmama that's not that grandmama, but a legendary. And then we got something else I'm missing. Oh, the honorary Negro League game. So we're talking to like Jerry Manuel and Greg Vaughn about that. That's happening 1 hour after the River Cats game ends on Sunday. I know y'all are going to have somebody on talking about that.
Yeah, we got
later.
Greg Vaughn coming up at 2:30.
Yeah, so, life is good. Can't tell me nothing.
Can't tell him nothing.
Yeah, like old Kanye, the non-canceled Kanye. Yeah.
You going to eat your cornbread. I'm sorry. I just can't get over what is happening today. Well, let's stay with the Kings here for a minute, because you talk about the burden being lifted, the angst being lifted. Well, it sure didn't sound like Luke Walton had any burden or angst, but
ever he never had a burden. He's like, yo, I'm under contract. I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm under contract. Come see me at the bank. 11.5 mil over 2 years. If y'all want to pay me out, I'm pretty sure I'll find something to do with my free time for the next 2 years.
I can't lie. I love that answer so much. But like, what do you like? Is this now unequivocally Monte McNair's team?
Absolutely. And it was always Monte McNair's team. If he really didn't have any financial, let's say, limitations in making his decisions, and if he doesn't have any financial limitations in making his decisions in the future, it's Monte McNair's team. You got to let it ride. And I tried to tell y'all, like, Luke wasn't going anywhere. We talked about this several times over the course during that night. I remember I talked to y'all once during that second 9-game losing streak, and Damien was like, Damien, you were ready to just, I don't even know, jump off the Tower Bridge or something. You know what I'm saying?
But I didn't do nothing. I wasn't ready to jump off the Tower Bridge. I was ready to help him jump off the Tower Bridge. But I ain't gonna jump off. I didn't do nothing. Fair. Damien's like, I got things to do in this life. But listen. A bad organizations hire and fire coaches all the time. And that's one of the problems with the Sacramento Kings. You can go back in their recent coaching history and find a good coach or two, maybe, and say, what if they were given the chance that they should have gotten? You know, it's not like an Indiana Pacers situation. I don't know if y'all see what's going on with them and their head coaching situation. Because their head coach last season was who? Nate McMillan, who, by the way,
is Is he still around?
Did
he find a new gig?
He found a new gig. He's playing in the playoffs. And Shams reported just moments ago that Atlanta is likely to keep Nate McMillan as their head coach once the season is over.
I wonder why. I mean, we can run the tape back if y'all want to dig.
No, I know where you're going. You don't need to do it.
Oh, okay. Well, just for people who may have forgotten, I think I told y'all who was definitely making the playoffs this year over in that Eastern Conference. Like, bottom line, are the Atlanta Hawks firmly in the playoffs?
They are firmly in the playoffs. I think me and Damon also said the Wizards were going to make the playoffs.
We did.
I don't think I argued that they would make the playoffs. I'm just like, don't act like they didn't just slip into the playoffs. Like,
they didn't slip. They beat the Pacers by 50.
Who didn't? Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Who doesn't beat the Pacers by 50?
The Hornets.
Yeah, right.
The Hornets. That's about it.
That's
the
fair.
Hornets don't.
That's fair. The play-in, by the way, was a huge success, guys. And Silver's bringing it back. And like, y'all just need to get on board that there's a new situation. You want to be a team that avoids the play-in, be one of the top 6 teams in the league. Otherwise, you're not in the playoffs until you get through the play-in tournament.
Can we also point out real quick, KC, Marshall, that like let's see, what was last night's game? Most of the games have been bad, with the exception of one, which had 2 of the biggest stars in the game, if not the 2 biggest stars in the game. The rest of the playing games were bad.
Yeah.
The Spurs-Grizzlies game was only bad because like it just was so one-sided. It was just literally a game of runs, like a game of runs. And it was close, down the stretch, but it was close for such a minimal amount of time. When it was 27-6, I was just like, what am I watching? What I did learn is if you want to win playing games, you might want to be the home team. Like, that's what I learned. It's been very decisive in favor of the home team.
Now, the other thing about that as well is I think this will ultimately show the depth of the West. Like, I think you're going to get playing games with the West that are going to be competitive. I don't think, from what I can see right now, I don't think you're getting that from the East. I think moving forward, that 7-8 game is going to be competitive, and whoever's the 8th seed in the East is going to beat the mess out of whoever the 9th or 10th seed is in the East. I think that's how that's going to play out.
If the East gets better, like from top to bottom, I think that might not be true, but as it stands now, you're probably right. Like, I wanted to see the Hornets with Gordon Hayward, I wish the Pacers would have had a little more time to get cohesion with the return of Malcolm Brogdon. Yeah. So, like, there's different levels there. I've seen the Pacers be really good this season, but when Brogdon went out, it got real ugly. And then Brogdon and Sabonis out, stop. It just
throw in the damn towel.
No. Exactly. So, but they ran them boys. I watched that game. They ran them. And look, somebody's favorite player on this show, I'm not naming any names, but somebody's favorite player looked like he ready to do some things. Like that series between Philadelphia and the Wizards, I'm not saying the Wizards are going to win. I'm not even saying they can win. It's just going to be entertaining is what I promise. Because in terms of, like, whether it's a real beef or a fake beef, but, like, in terms of in-game beef, like, I love how they act around each other. Joel Embiid and Russell Westbrook is in my top 3, and it's probably not number 3.
Now,
like,
now help me.
I was there the night that the fan like gave Russell your number 1 with both his hands,
and they gave him the
and got kicked out of the game.
This one, who?
Yes.
Oh wow!
I was there for that game. It was amazing. It was the most Philly ridiculous. I think that dude's like a doctor.
Right, I was gonna say.
Like, I was just like, yo, Philly be wilding, and I love Philadelphia. That's why I love those fans. Don't give up. They just
now both of you guys help me out with this
real quick. KC, you're listening to D-Lo and KC along with Marshall Harris here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch along on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320.
Both of you guys maybe can break this down a little bit for me. What are the origins of it? Because I forgot they had beef till like a day ago. But I remember there was beef, and then Joel posted the picture of him dunking on Westbrook. It was before that, right?
If you remember, Joel used to go ham after every game, like that the Sixers would win, and sometimes after losses, with like just pictures and video. It was never video. Pictures that he would post on Instagram and or Twitter, and he would like have a caption like whether it was the location or whatever. It would just be entertaining as all get out. And Russ was like,
crime
I'm
scene
not here
investigation. The dunk on Westbrook was crime scene investigation.
Yeah, it's just for fans, it's great. This is why NBA Twitter is the greatest Twitter. Like we just embrace all the foolishness that comes with like the personalities of the players on and off the court. And I think one game they were in OKC, and I want to say either Russ waved goodbye to him at the end of a game. It's just like, and they asked him about it. Like, Joel is there for the entertainment. Are you not entertained? Like, that's what Joel Embiid is. That's why Joel Embiid is like a superstar. Like, so radio station in Philadelphia, you guys, sister radio station, actually, technically, WIP in Philadelphia. I used to go on the morning show all the time. And I used to go back and forth with the guy, Angelo Cataldi, like longtime mainstay Philadelphia. He's like, Carson Wentz will never be as big a star as Joel Embiid. And I said this when Carson Wentz had his MVP season, like where he didn't win MVP because he got hurt, but like they won the Super Bowl, And he'd be like, Joel Embiid can never be as big a star. If football runs this town, I was like, that's cool and all, but who's a bigger star? Carson Wentz or Joel Embiid? I'll have you two answer that.
Joel Embiid, yeah.
It's not close. It's not close.
For all the people on the chat, I'll give you guys a little something right here. I found the post. I guess the Sixers had lost to the Thunder, and then Joel posted that.
Yeah,
tough loss.
That's what I'm saying. He would do it. He would do it even after losses. So that makes Russ be like, "What are you doing?"
And I think at the end of that game, Russ was dribbling down the clock and staring at Joel Embiid the entire time. Joel Embiid's on the sideline with Ben Simmons. The game's over. Russ is just dribbling out the clock, and he is looking off at the sideline, and his eyes don't move. And then as he goes to leave, he waves at him. And I think Joel waved back, and then he posted that. And then this continued into All-Star games. This did not go anywhere for a while. This made its way to All-Star press conferences. I think they asked, could you two get along on the same All-Star team?
No chance. Like that's what. But I love it, even if it's not real. I love it. It's
everything about Russ is real. This isn't OKG beef. This is real.
It might not be real with JoJo, but it's real with Russ.
It's the same way that you guys, even though it's fake, get all excited about wrestling, which is fine. It's fine. I get excited about fake beef in wrestling. I get excited about fake beef in basketball and all the sports. I'm good with it.
Yeah. Before we go deep into the NBA playoffs, I want to ask you something, Marshall, because another Kings thing, because we on the same page here when it comes to Marvin Bagley, right? We in lockstep, you know what I mean? But I think his days are numbered. I do think his days are numbered, and I don't know if you've seen some of the proposed trades that I have. He's in those trades because
I remember you trying to trade the farm for Pascal Siakam. And I was like, I don't know if you want to give up that much, Kenny.
I gave the same trade for Sabonis today.
What would you trade for Sabonis? What would you trade for Sabonis?
Buddy, this year's first and a future first. I think that's the only, because you got to get off the money too. So you got to convince somebody to get off the money.
So you're in this situation, you're not resigning Rashawn Holmes, right?
Well, I think I think you can. Like if you got rid of Buddy and Marvin's money, I think you could resign Rashawn Holmes and keep Sabonis.
So you're putting Sabonis at the 4 and Rashawn at the 5?
Yeah.
You don't even sound excited about what you're talking about.
I do. I do sound excited. I always looked at Sabonis as a center, but I guess he is more of a 4. That's why I say yeah like that. So
okay.
That would be on court.
Buddy, Bagley, the first round pick, and what else?
Another first, like in 2023. Protected
or not?
There'll be some kind of protection on there, like a top 5 protection. But I feel like you got to do that to get off of Buddy's money.
I don't know that like that makes the Kings a playoff team. Like I can see Siakam making the Kings a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that Sabonis makes them a playoff team. Yes, you have a bunch of guys who can pass really well on the floor together, and Tyrese, De'Aaron, Sabonis. But like on the other end of the court, I don't know that Sabonis is some huge upgrade. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Great though.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not an upgrade, but like I think you need a huge upgrade. I mean, unless somebody else is playing defense I don't know about. Like, Siakam can come in and be a two-way player tomorrow.
Yeah, Siakam's my number
take
one
the Kings
choice.
to the.
But he makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
You might not be able to sign Rashawn Holmes if you get Siakam though.
Do you need to sign Rashawn Holmes for $20 million a year?
Not for $20 million a year. No.
You're not getting a hometown discount because guess what? He might love Sacramento to death, but it ain't his hometown.
Yeah, you can always come visit.
You got to look. If you're an NBA player, you got to get that one check, that one contract that means you don't have like. There's a contract that you sign that enables you to be like, after this contract, if I want to ring chase, I can ring chase. That is this moment for Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah.
So, like Blake Griffin right now, he's like, I got paid. I'm just trying to win this title with the Nets.
Marshall Harris of CBS 13 with us here on D-Lo and KC. Who's the favorite in the West? Who's your favorite in the West?
My favorite in the West is.
Oh, he's got props. He's got props for this. Oh, what is happening? What is happening right now? There's something.
Marshall, you're the exact person, Mr.
What is happening right now?
He's the exact person Mr. Haliburton was talking about.
That's my favorite in the West. We're not talking like who's your favorite team.
Talk about who's favored to win the championship, and you just pulled.
Oh, my bad.
You just pulled a Golden State Warriors blanket over your head.
Chat.
Why do you have a Golden State Warriors blanket?
My brother got it for me.
The one that you jumped out of the airplane with?
That brother.
Your brother makes bad decisions. He's jumping out of airplanes. You're strapped to his back, falling from God knows how far in the sky. He's sending you Warriors blankets. What is happening?
Look, am I here now? Yeah. So clearly, jumping out of the airplane was a fine idea. I'm here now. You guys. My brother lives a different life than all three.
How long are you in the air when you do that? Like, how long does that process last?
Probably like maybe 2 to 3 minutes.
My God.
Somewhere in there. It's a long time. It's longer than you think.
Did it feel like an eternity that you're just like?
No. I like you because you can look down and see. Dang, we ain't got far to go. And
that's not a feeling I want to experience. I do not want to jump out of a plane and go, dang, I ain't got far to go. Like that's not something I can imagine.
Back to your original question, though, KC, on who the favorite is to win the West. I guess it's the Lakers. Like it's one of those like, look, man, these brackets could be split wide open after the first round. I don't know who's like, if you could tell me who's going to win each and every one of the series in the West, the first round series, I'll be impressed if you're right on all four.
Well, because Jokic, Kenny and Jokic is getting the Dirk Award.
I didn't officially put my pick in, by the way.
Wait, when you say the Dirk Award, what do you mean?
He's going to win the MVP and be eliminated in the first round of the playoffs.
Oof.
Who are they playing? The Blazers?
Yeah.
You got the Blazers over the Nuggets?
Just for my own fun. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I would not count out Jokic and Michael Porter Jr. And I know they're down a man without Jamal Murray, but
I'm not counting them out. I'm saying Portland's going to beat them.
I think I agree with Damien.
Y'all want Jokic to get the award so bad. Let him get the Dirk version. Let him accept.
But Dirk, they were gone so quick that he didn't even get to accept it. Like they had to like drop it off at his house, right?
No, he had to show up. This was back in the day of press conferences. He had to show up in a suit and go to a podium in front of the press and take his MVP award.
Oh.
They
can connect the Zoom to Jokic's house.
Even though he had already been eliminated from playoffs. I remember it. I remember it. And now they have the award show.
But they're not doing it this year. No award show this year. They're going to announce them during the playoffs.
Oh, okay. So they'll show up at the at Oracle, not Oracle, but whatchamacallit, the arena
Pepsi?
where the Warriors play.
Space Center.
No, yeah, they'll show up there with Steph's MVP.
They should,
because we all agree he had the best season.
They should.
Okay.
What'd you say, Kenny?
You guys relax. He's not winning the MVP.
He didn't have the best season. Just like
no.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
The guy with the best season ain't even a finalist.
That's
Kenny,
facts.
Kenny. Who's that?
Giannis.
Listen.
I think he's gonna make the playoffs, but he might not make the playoffs.
Listen, if Giannis wasn't on the Bucks still are like a 5 seed in the East.
We call that cap on the show. They're in the playing game.
What?
Yeah, they're in the playing game.
Okay, maybe you've been watching a different Bucks team than I've been watching.
Good. You mean they tell me they're top 5 in the East?
The East is not. Who's the 5 seed in the East?
No.
Exactly.
Your Atlanta Hawks.
Oh, yeah.
My Atlanta Hawks. What I'm saying is, take Steph off the Warriors, and we're talking about a top 3 pick.
Probably so.
True or false? Because we just did that last year. We just did that.
You're
last
100%
year.
correct. You put him on there, they might not make the playoffs. That don't sound like MVP to me.
How about this? Do they have a winning record?
They do.
They have a winning record.
They absolutely do. They're 39 and 33.
Like it's not like there's some sub 500 team in the East just sneaking into the play-in. They have a winning record and they are a good team. Ask the Jazz and the Suns who they beat on back-to-back
Now
nights. If they're a good team or
sweep
not.
them straight out of the playoffs if they get there.
I guarantee you the Jazz would not sweep
No, I
them
don't
out of
think
the
they
playoffs.
will either. But I can't wait to post a clip of this show so Marshall Harris can hear what his voice sounded like through this entire interview. It's just been that type of.
Well, let me. I'm gonna unplug my mic and see if it sounds differently when I unplug my mic. Tell me.
Now we can't even. Different. Yeah, you sound very different. Like almost, you sound really quiet.
What does it sound like now? Does it still sound?
Now you sound like Marshall
Harris.
Okay, I unplugged my mic. I'm using a mic. I always use a mic.
Yeah. Well, now I can't hear the echo. So whatever. You know
it's
what?
The mic. It's the mic.
Okay. Greg Vaughn joins us next here as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I appreciate y'all.
That was spectacular.
Yeah.
Sorry about the mic issue. I have
no idea it's great. Are you kidding? It's awesome.
I do want to hear it though.
When it happened, I was like, "Is that just me?"
Man, I was like, Marshall's sick. He didn't say anything about not feeling well. He's congested.
Marshall sounds deep in here today. What?
Mm-hmm. Marshall about to introduce Doc Box and Be Fresh here in a minute.
That's how y'all felt.
Damn, that sound good. Oh man, you off today? You done?
Bruh, I'm off. Like I might go somewhere and watch this game. That's how off I am.
Okay.
I haven't been out to watch a basketball game in a year and a half, but I might go out and watch this Warriors Grizzlies game.
I like it.
I hope they smack them up. Just like last time and the time before that.
Yeah.
Steph gonna get his.
Grizzlies. They're gonna beat the Grizzlies.
And if they don't, I'm sad. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
My TMC forever. That was my squad. 2 years. My TMC. Like I love Mitch Richmond because he was a Warrior who was doing Warrior things. But yeah, Latrell Sprewell is my favorite though because that's how I felt. Like I should be doing authority figures at that time in my life because I wasn't.
Oh, the rebellious. I gotcha.
The rebellious phase. Like, that's right. You tell him.
Gotcha.
PJ don't take any shots on this team. He's not the one who led the league in minutes played. Latrell led literally the league in minutes played. So
didn't feed his family off of how much was it again?
Oh, don't do that. Don't go back. Don't go back to that. Don't go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
And yes, I am happy about my White Sox.
That's what I meant to ask you. I was going to ask you with
the unwritten rules, Tony La Russa, all that.
He's out of control. But our no hitters do they mean nothing anymore? That's what they mean.
They don't mean nothing anymore. But Theo hasn't gotten back to us about fixing baseball because he said he was going to fix it. Since he broke it, he hasn't fixed it yet. So I'm waiting for him to come like slither out of the shadows. Guys, I figured out how to fix baseball because baseball is broken. Okay.
Who said that? Theo Epstein said that.
What'd you say?
Who said that? Theo Epstein?
Yeah. Remember he quit his job because he was like, the product is not enjoyable anymore. Like, we gotta like, bro, you broke it.
Yeah.
You and all these analytics Ivy League dudes broke the sport that I grew up loving.
Yeah.
Put the ball in play. Adam Dunn baseball is not something I want to see from every player in the league. Home run, walk, strikeout. Home run, walk, strikeout. Those are your only 3 options. Anyway, let me get
So I know I missed your answer. No hitters are meaningless now, right?
No, they're not meaningless. It's just people need to figure out how to play baseball again.
Okay.
Like, the hitting coaches, they're saying like launch angle. Yo, I'm playing run. How about that?
Okay. Well, have fun tonight.
I will. I want you guys to have a great weekend. I will see you guys next week. Okay.
Take care, Marshall.
That was spectacular. Oh, that was tough. Oh man, that was tough. Absolutely spectacular.
What's coming our way? What fight was announced? Oh my, that is big time. Errol Spence versus Manny Pacquiao. Oh my. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for that one. That one, I might have to watch that fight alone because I might be emotionally unstable.
Wow. Wow. There's a lot I can do with that comment, but just let it linger out there. Arguably one of the funniest segments in show history. Marshall having no idea what his voice sounded like. And I'm convinced it's something on my end. I'm messing around with buttons over here. I'm trying to figure out like, yo, what is going on? Why does Marshall sound like this? And I guess he had a microphone or headphones that had some sort of filter on it that had a deep voice filter on it. And woo!
Somebody said he had that DJ Screw.
He DJ Screw chopped and screwed. We've been wanting the Monarchs back for many years. Well, we're going to get a version of the Monarchs tonight. It's the Kansas City version, though, of the Negro League. Greg Vaughn's going to join us here, Major League Baseball legend, 4-time MLB All-Star. He's going to join us here at the bottom of this hour to talk about that game that's taking place this weekend. Excited to talk to him about what's going on at Sutter Health Park. I love. Now that I think about it, what was Marshall's answer? Did he say? Oh, he said the Lakers about his favorite in the West.
Yeah.
So he was holding up his Warriors blanket. I was like, you think the Warriors are coming out of the West? Like I admire that, but he completely misunderstood the question. And I don't want to. It's. I get where he's coming from in the sense of, I need to see them get eliminated. You know what I mean? Like we were talking about this. They did not look good against Golden State.
Right.
Like they did not look good at all. But I need to see them get eliminated before it's over for them. Like it's a wrap. No, they didn't look good. But as we talked about, LeBron James led teams can kind of warm up in a series and get going. And before I label them, not the favorite, before I label someone else coming out of the Western Conference, I need to see the Los Angeles Lakers get eliminated.
Yeah, I completely understand that. I get it. But I'm not afraid to say they're not even getting out of the first round. And I could be wrong. Lakers are a championship contender.
Can you say something definitively? You said they're not going to get out of the first round, but I might be wrong.
I might be wrong. I'm telling you the definitive.
You don't
Phoenix Suns to win that series.
No, the favorite is the Los Angeles Lakers to win that series.
The definitive pick for me is the Phoenix Suns. I ain't stuttering.
Wow, what a turn of events.
I'm not stuttering. I said it a couple days ago. I'll say it again.
Yeah, what did you say a couple weeks ago?
I said they weren't finals contenders.
Oh. Are they finals contenders now?
Yeah, I reversed on that. They can win. They can win the finals.
Okay.
Well, they can get to the finals. They play Brooklyn, they ain't winning. But
I ain't gonna be playing Brooklyn.
Well,
But they're not. They're gonna play either Milwaukee or Philadelphia. They're gonna be Brooklyn.
I don't even think they beat either one of them.
Phoenix?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so either.
I think champion is coming out of the East.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
I was just about to say the same thing. I think so too.
I think so, man. I think they got the top 3 team with the Lakers injuries. And that has a lot to do with it. The Lakers were healthy. Number one, they wouldn't be playing Phoenix. But number two, if they were healthy, had time to gel, I probably wouldn't feel like they'd be out in the first round. But I just don't know if they have time to get it together. I don't know how healthy LeBron is. I don't know how healthy Anthony Davis is. Yeah, man. I think with that being said, the top 3 teams in the playoffs are in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I think so too. Philly, Brooklyn, and Milwaukee. I'm assuming is where you're going. I think your Knicks might win a playoff series.
Oh, they're for sure winning that series. Oh yeah, book that.
Why?
Atlanta Hawks ain't doing that to the Knicks.
All right. Well, we've been down. We've been down the road.
So unlock, it's gonna be crazy.
We've been down the road of being wrong about the Atlanta Hawks before. But the similarities in stats between these two it's interesting. They're both 41 and 31. That's easy to figure out. They have the same exact home record. They have the same exact away record, and they have the same exact point differential. Plus 2.3.
Now we're going to give our predictions, maybe a little later, but I'll give you guys a preview. That one's going 7.
Knicks Hawks?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got that one going 7.
It does the unpredictability. It feel and of course we could all be wrong later, but it feels like this is the playoffs are a little bit unpredictable. It feels like we can't no one wants to definitively say it's Philadelphia. No one wants to definitively say it's Brooklyn. And I know how much you like Brooklyn, but there are some holes in Brooklyn right now. And it's not even roster. It's just the fact that this team hasn't been together. You got to worry, is Kevin Durant going to be healthy through the entirety of the playoffs? Is an injury going to strike them at the wrong time? Because just assuming, it's the playoffs, everybody's going to be healthy. That's a bit naive on all of our parts.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
One thing goes south with them in a series against, Philadelphia or Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
I can't pick Brooklyn in that case, even with, 2 of the other superstars.
Absolutely. A point well taken. I understand exactly where you're coming from with that. I'm just betting on the fact that they'll stay healthy. And I think if they're even with all the, the first year and everything, if they stay healthy, they'll win, in my opinion. They can get past, or they can work around all that, first year to jail and all. If they're healthy, they're going to win. Now they may not be healthy. All of them have been hurt at some point this year.
Mm-hmm. So chemistry is not because they're so good, because they're just all legitimately elite, all NBA players. There's no, the big 3, the Miami Heat were too, but
they made it to the finals though.
They did. Yeah, they did. And they lost to a Dallas team that, everybody has their feelings about that series, but still it's a team that had, I don't want to say paid their dues, but it was a team that had been around. It was a team that had chemistry and kind of cohesion there. So I don't know that there's a team in the West though that can knock off Brooklyn, except the Lakers, maybe the Clippers.
Yeah.
But I think the teams that can, if you made me pick Philly over Brooklyn, yep, I could do that. If you made me pick Milwaukee and Brooklyn, I could pick Milwaukee. But once we start getting into the Lakers versus Brooklyn, I don't know. Clippers versus Brooklyn, I'm not as confident as the other 2 teams in the Eastern Conference.
I get it. Do you see a situation where we've talked about this at length, but now maybe we've had a little more time to get into it? Utah, are they for real? Because I don't want to say I've backpedaled. I still don't think they're winning the NBA Finals, but I do say they're maybe they're a little bit better than I'm giving them credit for playoff basketball.
Well, they're beating the crap out of teams. Like we talked about their point differential, the highest point differential in the league. Like the only thing that stopped them from beating teams by double digits every game was the loss of Donovan Mitchell, who's coming back for the start of the playoffs. But for some reason, I can't sink my teeth into this one.
I get it.
I'm not saying the Warriors are beating them in the first round. I don't know. One of the Morris brothers said it, and I can't remember which one. Playoff basketball is different than regular season basketball. And I know I think you've brought it up, and I don't remember if it was in relation to Utah or not, but that Atlanta team that won 60-plus games, Dwayne Casey had teams that won 60-plus games.
Yeah.
I mean, this is I didn't do the conversion math here. If it's not a 60-win team, they're 52-20. If it's not a 60-win team, it's pretty damn close to a 60-win team, maybe 59. I can't pick them. Just like I can't pick against the Lakers yet, I can't pick Utah to win. And I was really surprised. I think it was Morgan said yesterday she thought Utah was going to come out of the West. I was really surprised by that. Yeah. I would rather pick, and maybe this is. Maybe it's the Chris Paul factor. Maybe it's a little, personal hope or wish. I would pick Phoenix over them. I would want Phoenix over them.
I think so too. If they played in a series,
and I like Quinn Snyder. He's a hell of a coach. They've done a great job there.
I like all those guys except for Joe Ingles. I don't even have a problem with Joe Ingles. He just, he gets under your skin. But he's all right. He's fine. But I there's something I don't believe. Partly the bracket. Like I don't think they'll beat the Clippers in the second round. So that's one thing. If they are maybe facing the Clippers or the Lakers, I mean, there's a real scenario where they have to go through the Clippers and the Lakers to get to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
It's tough.
I need to see
they may have the toughest road.
I think we've mentioned 15 of the 16 teams in the playoffs. Of course, we're assuming the Warriors beat, the Grizzlies tonight, but who knows? I'm not.
Says we should stop disrespecting the Grizzlies. I don't think they have a chance.
The Grizzlies should stop disrespecting the Grizzlies. I mean, good for them for getting this far, because I think it would have been far. I mean, they lose tonight, you still miss the playoffs. I feel like it would have been way worse, because if you lose tonight, you're losing to Steph. You're losing to the team like a narrative. We talk about narratives with LeBron. A narrative has already been built. You don't want to see the Warriors. You don't want to see the Warriors. I mean, how many, weeks now have we heard that?
Yeah.
I don't, even though they're sitting at home, if they lose this game, I don't think it's as bad as if they lost to San Antonio. If they had lost to San Antonio, it would have felt so much like last year. Like you just blew it. Like you completely blew it. Right. This feels a little bit different because of the way Golden State's playing. They're a 39-33 team that has an MVP finalist here. So it feels, and you're on the road. Great call. Which, as Marshall pointed out, deep voice Marshall Harris pointed out just a couple of moments ago, the home teams have held court.
Yeah,
it's been chalk.
It's not your December home court advantage. It's a real home court advantage.
Fans
are back up in there.
Yeah,
making it a little hostile.
I mean, that Atlanta New York series is going to be lit. Like you're going to have what was it, 15,000 in New York, and I think it was 10-5 or 9-5 in Atlanta.
Yeah,
there's Atlanta may have just upgraded. They were like, how many are at the Garden? Hey,
yeah. Let them all in. Yeah, let them all in. This is Atlanta. I forgot.
Let's go. Welcome to Atlanta, where the players play. Let's get everybody in here.
I saw something that real quick that reminded me of you, because my man Tank Davis, he's fighting at State Farm Arena in Atlanta.
I can't even begin to imagine why that reminded you of me.
Well, they did the press conference at State Farm Arena yesterday. The lights were on in the building, and I was like, this is a cool place. We would never know because of that stupid theater lighting that they always have for Hawks games. Get rid of theater lighting everywhere except for MSG. It's ridiculous.
Do you feel better now? Are you good?
I feel better when the theater lighting is gone.
Okay. Tyrese Haliburton's favorite arenas all have theater lighting. He mentioned Staples, Barclays, and Madison Square Garden. They've all got theater lighting. All three of them. I don't like the Staples Center, by the way.
The actual building?
Yeah, I don't like the Staples Center at all.
It's okay. It's okay. It's cool.
There's Barclays and the upgraded Madison Square Garden are so much better.
Never been in either one of them. Got to go.
Barclays is nice. Again, I mean, but as nice as and open as Barclays is, Golden One Center blows it out the water. What's so great about Golden One Center, for those who haven't been to like a bunch of different arenas, it's so open. Barclays, the concourse is big, but it's not open like that. Mm-hmm. And I think that's probably the way arenas are going to be made moving forward, is they're going to be open, like the Golden One Center is. If you missed our conversation with Tyrese Haliburton's dad, Mr. Haliburton declared the playoff drought over.
Yes, sir.
It is a wrap. It is done. You can check out the D'Lo and Casey podcast wherever you get podcasts from, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or on the Odyssey app. You can even use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Just scroll back to 12:50. You won't miss a single minute of the live show. I promise you, Rick, you can scroll back as soon as we are done. If you missed our conversation with Rick Aldelman, it's been a hell of a week for conversations here on D'Lo and Casey. If you missed our conversation with Rick Aldelman, we'll run that back for you coming up in about 25 minutes or so. So stick around for that as we look ahead to the NBA playoffs. I'm really starting to lean heavily towards Philadelphia to come out of the East. I love the Wizards. I don't. That's a lie. I don't love the Wizards. I love Bradley Beal. You know how I feel about Russell Westbrook, but I don't see that. I don't see the Wizards beating Philadelphia 4 times. I think Philadelphia is locked in. And if Philadelphia loses, you know, we talk about someone mentioned this. I think it was Deuce and Mo mentioned this the other day about, imagine the storyline if it's the 76ers versus the Clippers. Mm-hmm. There's some good, Doc Rivers versus Ty Lue and all those. There's some really, really good storylines out there that we'll get to here in just a little bit. But we're happy to welcome in Major League Baseball All-Star MLB great Greg Vaughn. Mr. Vaughn, thanks for joining us. They got something pretty amazing going on at Sutter Park Field this weekend, kind of bringing back the Negro League. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And really, why was it so important for you to be a part of that?
Well, hey, thank you guys for having me on, and thank you guys for even talking about it. It was important for me because, as you know, Sacramento's rich in tradition. But before even that, all the people, all the sacrifices that they did for us and for myself to be able to don a uniform and play, to pay homage, and they didn't even get the recognition that they, so many of them didn't get to play in the major leagues. And they'll even tell you, a lot of them will say Jackie wasn't the best, but he was the best at that time because of, his unwillingness to fight back. You know what I mean? So he was the perfect man for the job. But, the barnstorming and all that, for, sports bring people together, and, the Great Depression, and you had segregation. That was our one outlet as far as people of color to be able to go out and watch these guys play. And they were good enough to be in the major leagues, but they didn't have the opportunity. Yeah. So when they approached me about this game here in Sacramento, and to be able to coach this, and then be able to have my son in the dugout, coaching with me, and then Jerry Manuel, and, the Godfather Dusty, he has a real job right now, so he's not able to be here, but for us to do it and recognize and pay tribute to the guys that sort of set the stage for us, and a lot of them didn't even get a chance to play in the big league. So it was important for me to be able to come out here and just my way of saying thank you and give a little bit of history. A lot of our kids, including mine, they don't know about Satchel Paige. They don't know about any of those type of players and, what they meant. If you ever get to Kansas City, the Negro League Hall of Fame and Museum is unbelievable. And I remember the first time I went, we were playing the Royals, and I went with Flash, Tom Gordon, and Bo Jackson, and it was truly, truly unbelievable to see. The uniforms. What they had to do. Barnstorming. So any way they could, they were picking up players because other players had to work, and And, I mean, the cotton uniforms. I mean, can you imagine the uniforms that they wore back then? I mean, it was 155 degrees, and they still put on a show, and they were good enough to play in the major leagues. And for me, it's a tribute and an honor to participate in this.
Greg, I'm a firm believer that we can't tell this story about the Negro Leagues enough, and I'm really sensitive to the idea of baseball kind of going away from the black community. Maybe not on purpose, or I don't know what the reason is, but I don't feel like they embrace the black community and the black culture the way they should. And that's why games and moments like what you guys are doing on Saturday is so important, because the kids, my son, and your son, they may not know we've been playing baseball for a long time, but we're just football and basketball for a long time yourself. We're great in baseball. And to have these type of moments, I think it's so important that you guys remind everybody, hey, we can be just as good in baseball as we are in anything else.
Well, that's a perfect point that you brought up, because, my word to the commissioner and to Major League Baseball is, we do so much work outside of our country in making sure that the game is taught and English is, provided at school. So when these guys come over to the States, they're prepared, but we don't do a good enough job in our states, in the areas where we grew up. I can speak for myself, like in Meadowview or Oak Park, all those Airport Little League. I mean, we were proud. Yeah. We were proud. Those games. We had 8 to 12, 13, 14 teams in every division. But one thing that has happened is, I think, I know it's pay for play. I know that now, but it became so expensive. I mean, I couldn't imagine my mom, being a single parent mom, having 3 kids and having to fork out, the minimum of $350 to sign up to play Little League. And then the thing about it is, too, you get these teams and you get these coaches that you have a manager, he has 4 coaches, now you have 4 spots, because those 5 kids aren't leaving the field. Mm-hmm. You have 4 spots. But Marquise Gibson, Marvin Freeman, Mike Cameron, great, like my little brother. And I have to say, perfect game. The Ford family, I was in Atlanta for 2 weeks, and, we had 400 kids from low income areas that got introduced to the game, said they never played before. I couldn't imagine being 12, 13 and never played baseball before.
Man.
You know what I mean? I mean, we played all 3, like you said. We played every day a different sport. We played all 3 and 4 sometimes in a day. And but once you introduce them to it, and to see the smiles, and I can't to yes you can, and to see the smiles and introduce them to something different and new, it's very rewarding. But the Ford family and Perfect Game do a pretty good job of having scholarships and providing those kids opportunities, and Bonds Valley Foundation, we try to do the same. But it's tough, man, because like I said, if my kids, if the kid's not playing here, dad starts a travel team with all his buddies, and it's all their kids. And sometimes, and it's unfortunate that I'm not saying it's an excuse, but if you're a single parent, father or mother, and you have 4 or 5 kids, I mean, when you hit the light switch in the refrigerator, those things got to work. You know what I mean? Opposed to $300-400 for your kids just to play Little League. That's not travel ball. 3 months of travel ball costs you $3,500 to $5,000, and you might not play. But Major League Baseball has to do a better job of how do you say this? Having people on the field that they can recognize with, because some teams have 0. They have 0 African American players, coaches, and I was fortunate. I had Mr. Winfield, I had Dave Parker, I had Willie Randolph, Glenn Bragg, Mike Felder, I had Ricky Henderson, Joe Carter. Anywhere we went, every team had 5 or 6 African American guys, players, to be, hey, this is where the soul food restaurant is. This is where we get our haircut. You need something, I got you. You know what I mean? Now, I couldn't imagine being the only African American player on the team, and no one knows our needs. They don't know. It's different. Everyone say, "Oh, I can understand." It's the same. It's not the same.
Right.
Every culture is different.
Yeah.
Right.
And we have to do a better job of providing and putting people in position so our kids can see that, and then they say, hey, it's not so far-fetched. We can become that. And or whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? Everyone's not going to make the major leagues, but everyone wants to play baseball. Have the opportunity to learn to play and catch. It's a team sport. That's what life is.
Yeah.
It's all about learning to work as a team, because we're only as good as the name on the front.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, and it's not a bad thing, but hip hop is sort of taking over, and they see, they see the music, they see the basketball players, they see the football players, and that's what they're drawn to now. But we always had that one dad would pick up 12 different kids in a van or a truck, and hey, let's go to practice.
Yeah.
We don't. The cities that we live in don't really provide, those little leagues for us anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are they going to go? Where are they going to play at? Every year they're changing the rules on the bats. That's $400 or $500 every 2 years just on the bat.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm like, shoot, my hammer's like 50 years old. It's still good.
Yeah. Well,
So it's a lot of different dynamics. Me and Jerry Manuel, we were talking speaking yesterday, and we're trying to figure out how we can come together with Major League Baseball and start working in our inner cities. We did a little bit, down there in Compton with the RBI programs, but it's not making a difference.
yeah. Yeah.
They can say, "Oh, well, we did this."
Yeah.
But are you doing this in every city? I mean, you're talking about a multi-billion-dollar industry, and if you just take not local TV money, but if you take national TV money, there's a lot more that can be done, not only to get our kids to be able to play this game again, and like I said, there's kids that aren't necessarily African American, but all shades, and you grow up in those areas, they don't have the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, what you and Jerry are doing are absolutely it's tremendous, and we're excited to see the celebration at Sutter Health Park, and we're so appreciative. I mean, we could talk all day about this. There's so many more things we'd love to dive into, including Major League Baseball and the merging of these stats and how we don't feel like Major League Baseball even exists before 1947. But those are conversations we'll save for another day, because you guys are doing tremendous work this weekend. Greg Vaughn, we appreciate you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Greg.
You got to give a lot of love to Todd Sullivan. I mean, he put his heart and soul on this. And Todd's not a person of color. He cares about people. He cares about baseball. And like I said, my village, if I could say this, it was aligned with a lot of different people that didn't look like me. And we got to get back to loving on one another and caring about people and bringing our city together. And like I said, we can talk about it for a long time. And hopefully people will come out and support these guys on Sunday and at 4:30 and just show their love and support them, because it is part of history.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Greg Vaughn, thank you so much for being with us. We'll be back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Were you able to get him and thank him for coming? That I had to be pretty abrupt there.
Yeah. What y'all know about from farm to minors to majors? Y'all don't know about them fields over there. Somebody out here shouting out Willow Ranch. Y'all don't know about Willow Ranch. I went out there and won that championship at 11 years old with the minor league Cardinals. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Ramsey, that baseball we was playing in the South, that was some real baseball. All right. Airport Little League, Willow Rancho, that was some real baseball. We would have went to work on them points in Grant. I'm telling you.
All right. Yeah, Greg Vaughn is yeah, his voice was normal. Yes, indeed. Appreciate. Oh, Rich, I know you love that. Rich is the baseball guy. Oh, look at that Twitch avatar right there. That's a good looking husband and wife right there. Watching D'Lo and KC with it. My sister, niece and nephew, they just got their D'Lo and KC gear in the mail. They just texted me a minute ago. It's arriving. It's arriving. It's arriving. All right. I need to switch something on my screen here. There was a lot I wanted to talk to Greg about, but
yeah,
that time shrank quick. We'll get him on when there's nothing to promote. We could just talk baseball. Talk baseball. Now it seems like a good time to run that Rick Aldelman interview back. Hear from Rick Aldelman. Had us all in our feels. Jesse, we're going to ride till 3:28. I don't remember if we talked about that or not. Okay. This is the type of morning it was. There isn't a single thing left on the rundown.
Jeez. Like I said, I was a mess.
Blank, man.
11:53. So I got up at 6 this morning too, and I was a mess till 11:53.
Cole, did you order yours on day one? I think everybody who ordered theirs or everybody who's getting theirs ordered theirs on day one. Did you order yours on day one? Because if you did, I don't know why it's not there yet, bro. Kenny can carry the whole Kenny can carry the whole final hour of the show right there. I knew you were fixated on something. Oh, so okay, yeah, Cole. I don't know, bro. Better check your mailbox. Better make sure your wife didn't take it. I knew you were fixated on something. You're locked in on something that got to do with boxing. Every time I looked up, I was looking at the top of your head like, man, the hell is Kenny doing? Like, come on, man. Boxing. Nothing gets your attention like boxing.
That's a big time fight. I got to figure out. I might try to get to that game tomorrow, though. I got to figure out how to make that happen.
The game?
That Negro League game.
Oh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
No chance. That's what you've got.
Yes, I do know, because we're an AM station. That's why. Jesse took that West Coast remark that Kenny made like 3 hours ago as a straight challenge. Like, oh, you think I don't know East Coast hip hop? Okay, I got you.
Jesse T out here, show him what he got.
I got you.
Sure, like you guys said, this morning's been all crazy and stuff. So I was trying to get Kenny's thing worked out. So yeah.
Ooh, baby, I liked it raw.
Yeah, we had some we had issues with Kenny's broadcast equipment to start the show. We had issues with Marshall. Marshall Harris was using some high-tech microphone. He had been a wild day. Been a wild day. Been a wild week as well. Certainly many highlights, including that rather humorous conversation with Marshall Harris just about an hour ago. We had a great conversation with Deuce and Mo, as we do every single week, having the press conferences with Luke Walton and Monte McNair. Having those live on the stream were a lot of fun. Playing what De'Aaron Fox had to say was great as well. If you missed Tyrese Haliburton's father, John Haliburton, Mr. Haliburton, he declared the Kings playoff drought is over. He joined us earlier today. I think everything has really been highlighted by Rick Aldelman in his conversation with us this week. And he's a guy who doesn't do a lot of interviews. And, we've talked about this a few times, KC, that with the season coming to an end and for a day, there was some uncertainty about Luke Walton's future here in Sacramento. But what we did know is that the Kings season was over. We knew that it was a wrap, and we were hitting, the record tying number of no playoff appearances. But it was cushioned a little bit by the fact that Sacramento got recognized by the Hall of Fame committee. And when these potential inductees were announced, and we looked through them, like, Chris needs to be in this. The truth is, Rick Aldelman probably should have been in a while ago. Yolanda, you could make the same argument, but man, they're all here right now. Wouldn't it be special if they all went in together?
Yeah.
And maybe it's not as special for them. It's got to be special for Chris and Rick, and you'll hear Rick address that in just a couple of minutes. But I think it's more special for us. Like, it's special for fans who were around back then. It was special for fans who saw the Sacramento Monarchs, because there's a lot of people. We talk about a generation of Kings fans who haven't seen them in the playoffs. There's people here in the city who haven't seen the Sacramento Monarchs. Reese wasn't alive when the Sacramento Monarchs folded.
It wasn't even close.
Yeah, I mean, so we talk about championships, playoff appearances, all of that stuff. It's kind of a moment to look back and go, yeah, see, there's something special here. Wow. And you go back and you see those highlights of, man, that night the Monarchs won the championship. Was that, you talk about hanging from the rafters, and that building, that Arco Arena, was packed. Oh man, Gino Auriemma was on commentary. Like, there are so many things that I remember about that night, and to see a team that I had supported for so many years, to see a team in Sacramento win a championship was pretty incredible.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think. I wasn't in town at the time, but I remember watching on TV, and I mean, it looked so electric in Arco. Everybody in the city seemed to have gotten behind the Monarchs, because that's what they do. Is a Monarch. Yolanda Griffith talked about it a little bit yesterday. It wasn't, oh, that's the WNBA team, or that's the women's team. It was, oh, this is our team too. You know what I'm saying? Kings Monarchs. This is what we do. The Kings organization, the players, they supported them like they would support anybody else, and vice versa. In the city, in the basketball fans, they supported the Monarchs just like they would the Kings. So when they won the championship, I mean, it's something that they had lived through, just like they had lived through the ups and downs of the Kings tenure here in Sacramento. So it's a special time. You talk about those three going in. It's part of the holy grail here in Sacramento in basketball. And we talk about the past a lot, but I mean, those three, Chris Webber, Rick Aldelman, Yolanda Griffin, it doesn't get much better than what they provided to the city.
And you brought an interesting, when you first brought this up, I kind of thought, Kenny, you're crazy. But you mentioned earlier in the week, like, if the Kings got good again, I don't know if it would be the same. I don't know if we'd have that same vibe that we did in 2002, 3, 4, that we had in those years. And then now Mr. Haliburton's remark about coming to Sacramento for the first time and looking around, like, now obviously it's a little bit different right now because Mr. Haliburton wasn't in a packed Golden One Center when he got to watch his son play for the first time. But he's looking around like, hey, I heard y'all had a fan base here, in Wisconsin. We've got cheeseheads everywhere. Like, you can't look around the corner without seeing Packers gear. I thought that's what it was like in Sacramento. And it hearing him say that made me think back to what you said, like, oh man, would it be different? Would it not be the same? Would it not be? Because you just talked about, what Yolanda said to us about that wasn't the women's team. That was our team. Just like the Kings. That was our team. I'm thinking, man, maybe Kenny's right, which you know how much I hate saying that. Maybe
you
Kenny
say it a lot.
Maybe that's debate. Maybe Kenny's right that it would be different. It wouldn't be the same thing.
Yeah, there's a number of different factors that tie into it. Once again, the city's grown up. It's. I don't think, at least, it's not the Cowtown no more. Like, this is a real metropolitan American city now, and you get transplants. You get people from all over the state of California coming here because it's cheaper, number one, they get here, much like Kings players. They get here and they're like, it's pretty cool here. They want to stay, and they tell people, to stay here. So there's that. Another thing was this generation of kids, they haven't grown up liking the Kings because they haven't seen anything. Even with us, it wasn't the same, but in 95 and 96, they missed it in 95. They made it in 96. There was a buzz about the Kings. The Kings made the playoffs. It was cool. You have Mitch Richmond. You know what I'm saying? It was cool to like the Kings, which laid the groundwork for 3-4 years later. It was like, yo, I've been rocking with the Kings since like 94, 95.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't had that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not cool to like the Kings right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got the Warriors down the highway, with not only a good team, but one of the great teams in the history of the NBA. So, and then you always got the Lakers dynamic here in town. So if they got good, I don't think it would happen right away. That first year, it'd be pretty lit. It'd be pretty special. But to get back to that level, I think they would need, so I feel like they would need a couple years to like ingratiate themselves back into the community as a contender, as a winning product.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. You can watch along on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app as well. So it's Yolanda Griffith, it's Chris Webber, and it's Rick Aldelman. Rick Aldelman joined us earlier this week, and the first thing we asked him is, was it a little extra special knowing that you're going into the Hall of Fame with Chris Webber?
Yeah, I think that's really, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the kind words. But yeah, it means a lot. I think that time in Sacramento was so special to everybody who was there, and it was a special team, and Chris was the best player. And so it's really neat that we're going in together, and looking forward to it.
Coach Aldelman, I want to congratulate you as well. As a son of the city, born and raised, I was right in the middle of that great time that you had here in Sacramento. I mean, you mean so much to this franchise in this city. So congratulations to you on that. I want to, no problem. I want to ask you a question though. Before the 1998-99 season, you take over as the Sacramento Kings head coach. I know you didn't take that job unless you thought there was something that you could do there, or you felt like, hey, we can turn this around, or I can do things successfully here. What was your thoughts? So you couldn't imagine what ended up happening when you took that job. What was your thoughts when you took that job with the Kings?
No, I couldn't imagine what happened, how it all came together. I think the biggest thing for me is I just went through a really bad experience at Golden State after success in Portland. And I wanted to coach again, and I was just trying to figure out how to do it. And one of the biggest thing was I knew people in Sacramento. I worked with Jeff Petrie and Wayne Cooper in Portland, and I trusted them. And they were very optimistic that they could turn the thing around. They had great ideas. And, but it's amazing that during that time, they signed Vlade Divac as a free agent, which was great, which I saw that coming. But then Chris Webber was traded to Sacramento, but everybody says he didn't want to come. And I thought we could get that done. So that's two pretty good chips you have right there. Mm-hmm. And everything just kind of fell together. The first year was really a year we were just trying to figure things out. And then all of a sudden, we added different players, and Peja Stojakovic came around. He was there already, and I really liked him. And then we just made some really nice trades. So I just felt if you're with people that you trust and good things are going to happen. And I knew the area was really nice. I was from Portland, so it wasn't that far away from me and my family. And so everything just seemed to look good. I never thought it'd be 8 years. That's something you don't get to have happen very often in that league.
Hall of Famer Coach Rick Aldelman with us here on ESPN 1320. Coach, how important was Jeff Petrie to your success here in Sacramento?
Oh, he's really important. I think he was a smart guy. had great people around him. He had, like I said, Wayne Cooper. He had Scotty Sterling. He had Jerry Reynolds. He just had a really good staff. And I think, Jeff was smart. He knew the league. And I think he knew what he wanted to do. And I saw it in Portland. When he was in Portland, took over. We had pretty good success there. So you couldn't have done it without him. I mean, he's one of the guys how long was he at Sacramento? I mean, he was really one of the people who really set the team on the map. And I couldn't have done it without him.
Coach, the combination of yourself, Jeff Petrie, and a guy that I feel gets underrated in that entire run, Coach Pete Carril. That was a unbelievable combination, and what you guys were able to do, revolutionizing, in my opinion, the game offensively. How did you get Coach Carril here in Sacramento? How did that come about?
Well, Pete was already there. Jeff had him in as assistant coach, and when I took over, we talked about Pete. And he was already a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. So Pete, we talked about it, and he could do nothing but help. He's a great offensive mind. And the thing about Pete is he knew so much. He would throw things out there, but he never tried to, put his impact too much on the team and what you're trying to do. But I trusted him again. And I just knew his reputation spoke for itself. And when we put that offense together there, he had a big input in that. But, you don't put an offense together like that unless you have really good players, and we had really good players.
Mm-hmm. And two of those players you had mentioned, Vlade coming and then the trade for Chris Webber. How long did it take for you and Chris to really establish a solid relationship?
Well, I met with Chris when they said he didn't want to be in Sacramento. And we sat down and we had a talk. And I felt, I got along with pretty good players in Portland, and Clyde Drexler and some Buck Williams, really good players. And I felt I could communicate with him if we had a chance to sit down and talk. And we did that. And he was very open. I told him what I wanted to do, what I thought about him, what kind of player he was. And I just said, give it a chance. And I think he really had to, because he was traded there. But I think he came around after that meeting. And he really liked Vlade. And as we added people, it was perfect fit for him. So I just think, any player, whether they're a great player or a good player, if you put them in a position to succeed, and they see that I can get this done, they're going to go along. They're going to be very receptive, and they're going to be great for the team. And that's what he did.
Coach, that the first couple of years that you had Jason Williams here, I mean, as a young kid growing up in this city, I mean, he brought something different. He showed what the game could be with imagination and the things that he could do on the court. None of that happens, Coach, if you don't let him be Jason. If you came in and he came in as a rookie, and you put the shackles on him, we don't get that experience. We don't get to see him out there. What about his game and your coaching style said, I know it might be a little different sometimes, but I'm gonna let this guy do what he does best. How did that decision come about for you?
Well, he was like you said, he was such a unique player, and he had ability and vision that you can't teach on the court. Mm-hmm. And that was one of the hardest decisions we ever made, was trading him, because he was so unique in the way he played. And, he really did set the tone for the Sacramento Kings. Mm-hmm. I mean, with him and Chris and Vlade, his flair, I give you an example. I still remember we're in Madison Square Garden, and he's on a fast break all by himself, and he throws off the board to Chris. And I looked at that. I said, that's really not real smart. But boy, the crowd in Madison Square Garden went crazy about it. So I said, well, let's see what he can do, and let's let him go. And he proved to be such a good player in the league as he matured and got better and better. He won a championship in Miami. I mean, a great kid. Mm-hmm. But like I said, we really struggled, Jeff and I, about trading him.
And then obviously trading him brought in Mike Bibby, which
Right.
kind of took you guys to an entirely different level. Is there a particular moment, like you just mentioned, the Jay Will, Chris Webber moment at Madison Square Garden? Is there a particular moment during that run where you were perhaps the most exciting team in basketball that really stands out to you?
Oh boy, that's a good question. We traded for Mike at that time, and it's we just thought he was such a solid fit for us, and he was a really consistent outside shooter, besides a creator at the point guard. So we thought he would really fit in with what we had. But I just look back on that time, and those guys were unbelievable. And I still look back at that playoff series with the Lakers where we lost that series.
Mm-hmm.
But they set the tone for how the league was going to play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people copied the way that we played.
Yeah.
And again, you have to, I talked earlier about, you have to give credit to the players when they buy into something. And the thing I loved about that, I think it was just a fun team to be around.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a joy to go there every day and practice and the games. So I think about that. I just think about how easy it was with that group. And it was so much fun to create things because they were very creative. I think it was the smartest team I've ever seen as far as, and we talked about people said we weren't that good defensively. Yeah, we were. In the playoffs, we were really good because our guys were so smart and they took advantage of their skills. And I think that's what set them apart is they were so intelligent.
Coach, you were the head of a team that not only was exciting in the league, but it was also one of the marquee teams in the league. I mean, they even sent you guys to Tokyo because they wanted to show off you guys' style of play and the characters that you guys had. The greatest show on court. Everybody knows that. I mean, you guys, like you mentioned, changed the way the game was played for a long time. I mean, do you ever sit back and you've had a lot of success? You went to the NBA Finals twice in Portland, right? Like you've had a lot of success. But I may be biased, but I feel like your greatest coaching job was here in Sacramento and what you were able to achieve. Do you ever sit back and say, man, it sucks that we lost in 2002 and everything that happened, but we left our mark on this league?
Yeah, no, I think about it all the time, especially when this honor came. It kind of just brought back all the memories and the people that were around you in the city. I mean, you talk about the team was unbelievable. Our crowd was incredible. I mean, you walked in there and we had a real advantage. Whoever came in there, they were really intimidated. And so I think back about it all the time. And in fact, I really think about it a lot when my son David is assistant coach at Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched all their games, and that kid they had, Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would have loved to have him in Sacramento because he's special. He should be MVP. I've never seen a guy as gifted and makes the game so easy. But he kind of reminds me of that Sacramento team, the way he plays. That's the way we played. So, yeah, I think about it all the time, especially with this honor. I think about all the people that were involved. And again, the fans and the time we had there was special.
Yeah. Wow.
Coach, things haven't gone so well since you've been gone. I'm sure you're not aware of that, and I'm sure it's never, ever brought up to you.
Right.
You've been around so many great coaches, and, we heard yesterday Luke Walton is going to remain the coach of the Sacramento Kings, and there's just been coach after coach after coach after coach ever since you left. But what quantifies, can you quantify, can you explain, what makes a great coach?
Oh, that's really a good question because it varies. There's so many different types of coaches and what they do. But I mentioned it before. I think a coach has to identify the team. You have to identify the talent you have. Number one, you have to have talent. That's obvious. You aren't good unless you have talent. But when you get the talent, you have to find a way to let the players know that, this is how you can succeed as a player and as a team. And I think coaches have to identify with that. And I think you mentioned about Jason Williams, you have to let him play, but also have a little bit of restraint about it. But I just think that's what you have to do is league. It's different now. The game is different. I mean, the 3-point shooting and everything that goes on. But I still think the consistency in coaching is to identify your team, what are their strengths, and go to those strengths and then try to work on the things that aren't quite your strengths, but get better in those areas. And I think really and honestly, sometimes they don't give a coach a chance to develop that over the years. They're too quick to make the decision to get rid of them. Even when I was there 8 years, of course, I didn't agree with the decision to let me go. That was the Maloof decision. But I thought that team still had something left in it. You know, Chris was hurt one time. He came back. I still thought that team could win, but I think you got to give a guy a chance to go. And I was so lucky in Portland. I was there 12 years as assistant and head coach, Sacramento 8, and I went to Houston for 4 solid years with a really good team. But each team was different. You didn't coach in the same way. You had to adjust style. I mean, if I have Yao Ming, well, I'm going to post him up. And we're not going to run as much as I like.
Right.
But that's how we're going to be successful. And that's what you have to do.
Coach Rick Aldelman, Hall of Famer Rick Aldelman, I just want to say personally, you're welcome in this city. I don't know when the last time you were in Sacramento, but just know you can come here anytime. you can come to any restaurant and get a meal and a drink. You can come on this show anytime. You are one of the legends in this city, and we appreciate you, and we are so happy that you finally made it to the Hall of Fame where you belong.
I really appreciate the thoughts, and we'd love to get back to Sacramento sometime and visit. It's a special place. Like I said, we raised some kids in Portland, we raised some other kids in Sacramento, and 2 great places.
That's awesome. Well, again, Coach, we know you don't do a lot of these interviews. Thank you so much for giving us a chance to talk to you and our fan base a chance to hear you. And again, congratulations on the Hall of Fame nod. Well deserved.
Well, I appreciate you having me on.
The great Rick Aldelman right there, member of the 2021 class of the Basketball Hall of Fame. So many great things that I just picked up on hearing that once again. One, he was defiant in his stance that we were good defensively. Y'all may have known us offensively. We may have got the cover of Sports Illustrated because of what we did on offense and because of Jay Will and because of big shots from, big passes from Vlade and big dunks by Chris and the stare down and all of that stuff. But don't tell me we weren't good defensively, because we absolutely were.
Then he's 100% correct. I mean, if you see teams nowadays, now you look at this year's Sacramento Kings team. That's a team that didn't play defense. and while the old Kings team, they, like you said, they got their attention and notoriety because of what they did on offense. They played defense. They locked up. And there was a certain level as they grew a little bit as a team where they understood the importance of that. I think early on there was a time when they thought, hey, we can just maybe outscore guys, or, our ball movement is so superior, we'll find a way. And they had to learn, no, it's time to lock up and play some defense sometimes. And they did that. They grew into a certain level of toughness under Rick Aldelman as the years went along. And I heard the same things. That don't come to me with no, we didn't play defense stuff.
And there's no way a team with Doug Christie on it is going to be can you imagine Doug on like this current version of the Sacramento Kings? Can you imagine the hell that would break loose at practice with someone like Doug or Bobby Jackson?
We'd have some stories. We'd have some stories to report on, because there would have been multiple fistfights.
Rick Fox wouldn't have been the only person he punched, is what you're saying? we would have had some incidents. We would have had some problems. Yeah, but Bobby in DC would never put up with stuff like that. But that was something that really stood out listening to Rick right there. There were a number of things that really stood out, but just he was so like, don't tell me we weren't good defensively. Almost as you ain't going to associate me with a bad defensive team. We got the job done defensively. You just knew us from how exciting we were on offense, which brings up another question. Is there a team as exciting as that Kings team was now?
Right.
I mean, maybe the closest that we've seen recently are the Warriors. Maybe, and not my bag, but if you made the argument, I'd listen. the Rockets from a couple of years ago. But
No,
I
they weren't
still
exciting.
don't
They
think.
weren't fun to watch.
Well, I don't think so either. But I'm trying to be impartial.
I appreciate that, but no, your first inclination.
Okay, good.
Was correct.
Good.
No, they're not. The Warriors team is the closest team. I thought that the Kings team was. See, I get a little defensive about this here, Damian, because people always want to talk about 7 seconds or less Phoenix Suns. The Kings team, they're fun or whatever. That Kings team would blow them out of the water. They were better and they were a lot more fun. People on the chat asking if the Heatles, that Miami Heat team with LeBron. I don't think so. I think they were dynamic in the open court. The way they were able to turn defense into offense, that could be spectacular from time to time. But their half court offense was trash. Like that was garbage.
Yeah,
it wasn't a beautiful game.
I don't think it was that. But Cole's actually hitting me one with here that's got my attention. Maybe Lob City.
Lob City was fun. Lob City was fun. I don't think they were as fun as the early 2000 Kings team. The only team that is on that level to me is the Warriors. Championship Warriors teams.
I think I'm trying to think of, like, when looking at the Lob City comp, like Chris Paul and Jay Will, two of the smarter players. Again, I know Hubie Brown saying Jason Williams is probably the smartest player I've ever seen. Like, you can't pass the way that he does without like a supreme level of like court awareness and basketball intelligence.
Yeah.
I can equate that to Chris Paul. You know what I mean, in terms of a current player.
Yeah. And the other thing, you mentioned Jason Williams, but the way the entire team passed, I think that has been unmatched, even with those Warriors teams. I mean, the Warriors team, they had a certain level of ball movement and player movement in their offense that was, it was almost telepathic. It was good to see. But, I mean, Andrew Bogut wasn't passing like Vlade Divac could pass. You know what I'm saying? Like, those guys, 1 through 7, because I'll even go to the bench guys and what they were able to do with facilitating and getting the ball to everybody, unmatched. And it's led by Jason Williams. Jason Williams, I marvel at what Jason Williams was able to do out there on the basketball court in an NBA game. Like, the things that he would try, it would be really cool if you could do it in an open run at 24 Hour Fitness. He was doing it in the NBA. Like, I marvel at what he was able to do. It blows my mind what he was able to do out there in these NBA games as a rookie, as a second-year player. Now, there were times when, turnovers and all this other stuff that ended up happening. But, I mean, the highlight reel is crazy with what he was able to do.
And
Absolutely.
Rick Aldelman's angst when talking about trading him and how difficult that decision was, knowing that Mike could be the guy who takes them to the next level, which ultimately he did. But like, listening to him, just like, still all of these years later, talk about how agonizing that decision was to move on from Jay Will, I think tells, another part of the Sacramento Kings story right there, that no one wanted to do it, but they knew that they had to. And that's tough. Like, it's one thing to go, hey, let's trade Buddy. It's one thing to go, let's trade. It's one thing to go, like, let's trade all of these guys, maybe don't perform at a certain level, or maybe who don't stay healthy, or maybe who don't do, live up to their contracts or whatever. It's another thing for general managers and coaches and front office teams to sit in a room and go, hey, we've got to make a really difficult decision here. And I think making this decision could take us to the next level. It could infuriate our fan base, but it could take us to another level. Those decisions, to me, are way more difficult than, are you moving Buddy or Bagley, or are you moving players on a non-playoff team, versus there's a team on the cusp here that has kind of got the NBA world's attention, and we've got to make it better. And to make it better, we're going to have to get rid of one of the focal points of this team. That's tough, man. That's a lot different than demanding trades and all of the stuff that happens today. That's a front office making a big boy decision.
Absolutely.
And it sounded like from Rick said, a front office and a coaching staff. Sorry.
Yeah. And I'm going to bring a pound for pound argument here.
Oh, great.
Right?
It's been we almost made it the whole day without a pound for pound argument.
Pound for pound. Is Jason Williams the most beloved Sacramento King of all time?
He might be. Yeah, I think so.
Too. And I say that because if I have $120 and I can get any Kings jersey from anybody in the history of the Sacramento Kings, it's the 55.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 55. I need to get another 55. It's the Kings 55. That's the one. And I love Chris Webber. I love DeMarcus Cousins. I love De'Aaron Fox. I think I'm going to end up loving Tyrese Haliburton after he's here for a long time. That Kings 55 is something else.
Yeah.
And you want to talk about 100% approval rating. I think you can find people who weren't feeling Chris Webber. You're going to definitely find people
especially now.
Yeah.
Like looking back, I mean, I don't want to call it revisionist history. It's not revisionist history. I think you just looking back in totality, you find your flaws in Chris. I think you find your flaws in everybody.
Yeah. Look, you even look past the flaws of Jason Williams. Like everybody,
Jason didn't have any flaws. He was perfect. What do you mean?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Absolutely, right? Jay Will was perfect.
And I think he's the most, I think pound for pound.
There it is. Thank you.
The most beloved Sacramento King here. And they had to move on from him.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe that's part of the reason.
Maybe so.
You know, like you didn't have a chance to get tired of something. You know, you didn't have a chance to get fatigued over this person. You know, the behind the back pass that went out of bounds and cost you a game in 2006 if he hadn't been traded. Oh, he was just making these stupid decisions, man. Gosh, we should have traded for Mike Bibby like 3 years earlier. We would have won a championship. Like, you never got that opportunity to get worn out. You never got that opportunity for something to go south. You never got that opportunity for something to be frustrated with. Like, I think that's part of the reason why.
Yeah. I wonder why.
I see the chat here is repping for Mitch Richmond pretty hard.
And I love
I hear you. Yeah, it's not like, but I think it's Jay Will. I think you're right. I think it's Jay Will.
That black 55 Kings jersey.
Extra baggy. Extra baggy.
Somebody was wearing a Jay Will jersey not too long. Oh no, we were watching a Raphael Sadiq video, and they have the black 55 Kings jersey.
Didn't someone pull up in a Jay Will jersey? Didn't someone do the drip walk? I feel like someone I feel like someone rolled into the arena in a Jay Will jersey. Maybe that's wrong.
Well, and I'll also say this about that though is Jay Will was able to do what he did because of Rick Aldelman. And Rick talked about it in that interview. He said some things might have been cringeworthy, or I didn't think it was very smart of it, but I let that young man play basketball the way he knew how to play and the way the fans wanted to see him play it. And I'm trying to think if Jason Williams had been drafted to, I don't know where he was at the time, maybe Indiana or the Clippers. If Larry Brown,
that's exactly what I was thinking of.
it could have been completely different. Yeah. You know, it could have been completely different. And even when he got to Memphis and Hubie Brown had him, it was a different time. Like Hubie, he had already been traded. Maybe that did something to him psychologically, and he was ready to learn. Coming out of Florida, maybe he wasn't ready to learn. You know, maybe he wasn't ready to attempt to play a different way. And Rick Aldelman understood that and let him do what he had to do.
Yeah, that's again trying to think of comps. You know, Steph Curry pulling up from 34 feet, 35 feet, 36 feet, 37 feet. I think to the Steve Kerr line. That's great coaching. Like there's one, vivid one. It's like Steph is like under the legs, like he's dribbling all over the place. He's like running in circles. He takes 3 steps back and he shoots the 3. And there's the shot of Steve Kerr with his hands in the air. Like, what are you doing? The shot goes in. He puts his hand down. He puts his head down. He turns around. He walks, sits on the bench and laughs. And I think that was the day he uttered the line. That's great coaching on my part. Yeah. That's tremendous. He knew just let him do his thing. You know what I mean? And Rick doing it so many years before. And It really is to me, and we outlined this on Monday, that he's just going into the Hall of Fame now. Like he was like you asked him this question about Sacramento, like reflecting on his career.
Mm.
So good in Portland, going to the finals a couple of times, really missing out on. See, it was 92. It was the 91 year, I think. The whole Western Conference was injured that 91 season that the Lakers wound up getting there. But they had been kind of, the NBA world had been sitting on that potential Clyde Jordan thing for a while, but they just couldn't get there. Jordan couldn't get there. Then Clyde couldn't get back there. And then they finally got there in 1992. Rick had already been there in 89. And then the tremendous, run that he had with Houston. And perhaps in terms of like his truest legacy, the most important job he ever had was coaching Yao Ming.
Yeah.
Because of the billions and billions and billions of dollars that resulted in for the National Basketball Association. Had Rick screwed that up, the entire basketball landscape could be different. Now, maybe he didn't know it at the time. Maybe he didn't know how important his job was in the moment with Yao Ming. But surely you drop the ball coaching Yao Ming and that thing doesn't work out and the relationship overseas in Asia doesn't take off. We're looking at an entirely different NBA world.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Got a question for you. Do you have a favorite Jason Williams highlight?
The elbow pass in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
That
was really cool.
I love that one. And then the shot was missed.
Yeah, fouled by Rayful or fouled by.
He's had so many
fouled. I think somebody fouled Rayful Friend.
Some of the skip passes, like some of the passes that he just flung into Peja, and he would just like keep turning as he flung the ball, and he'd turn in a full There's so many, but like I always think of the elbow pass first.
There's a pass. I think it was during the playoff series against the Jazz. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But he gets the ball on the right wing. Like there was a skip pass to Jay Will on the right wing. There was somebody in the corner, and the move is Jay Will gets it, passes it to the corner, and he gets the ball and he looks at the corner and brings the ball out as if he's about to pass it to the corner, and Corliss Williamson is right under the basket, and he just gives a no look straight to Corliss under the basket. It's before Corliss even scores. The entire Arco Arena just goes crazy on their feet. Jay Will goes backcourt and has this like big look on his face, like he's bouncing backward, going back. But the crowd reaction and everything to that pass, that's might be my favorite Jason Williams moment.
If you've never seen the Tisha Pinachero Jason Williams merged YouTube video, that's must see video right there. You absolutely have to see that. There may be a must see baseball series this weekend, and there's absolutely must see playoff games. We'll dive into all of that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Good stuff. I have at least favorite J Will when he got my all-time filet. Man, you love Cole loves his guards, man.
What
Cole? He's his all-time favorite is GP.
GP was my favorite player for about a year and a half.
Cole loves his guards.
I loved the glove. I gotta find my play. That's my favorite play. I think it was in the All-Star game. It was so sick.
I'd pull that video up, but I don't know if we get like an NBA copyright notice or something. Copyright alert. Copyright alert. J Will Tisha.
That is nasty. Why is this all the way over here? That is nasty. Oh, Jay Will. Don't do him like that. Oh.
It's only I don't.
Yeah, that's my favorite play of all time. Crowd goes crazy.
Go here. Come on now. I mean, it's just a YouTube screen, for goodness sakes. Look at this.
It's crazy.
Look, yo. Come on, man. TP. Come on, man. Bruh. Look, Chris wasn't even looking for it. Oh.
That one he did, that one's nasty too. Oh gosh. The one he did against Houston was nasty too.
Bruh.
Oh man, and then Weber come with the hammer.
Oh, Tisha, you knew Tisha loved Magic, man. Ooh. You absolutely knew Tisha loved Magic.
Oh, don't look at him like that, Tisha. Oh, elbow.
Get that, yo. Man, come on, bro. That is it right there. I'll get about my work email. Ain't nothing there. IT notices for YouTube subscribers. Yeah, right. Jesse said a bunch of emails from people telling us to do our timesheets. That's accurate. Like 6 of them. Y'all want to get paid or no? Danny, can't fill these out right now. I did mean to fill them out before I swear to you, 12 o'clock sneaks up every day.
All the time.
Every day. It's like, hey, 12 o'clock. Got us.
I remember when Jay Williams, was it Kobe? He crossed Kobe up, but I know for sure he crossed up Derek Fisher.
He didn't cross up Kobe. That's impossible.
No, he got Kobe. He got Kobe, but a little hezzy.
That's impossible.
Ooh, that was sick, boy. He got that boy Kobe a little bit.
Man, that video was spectacular. Look, even that's the greatest. Those are the greatest ball players Jazzy 510's ever seen.
It is, and it takes a lot to impress her. But she was like, "Oh boy, that boy Jay Will."
Jazzy's got her timesheets filled out. Okay, show off. Why don't you calm down? That's all right. We'll try the same thing. See what happens. Hey guys, gonna need you to come down to the HR office. Gonna need to see you.
Oh man.
Yeah. That's for real, Shadow Man. Yo, you hype? You hyped for the weekend? You got Giants Dodgers this weekend.
Yeah. I got some. Yeah, man. I got some things.
A little tight in the standings right now. This is a big early-ish baseball series right here. Baseball season series.
Giants have been playing really well. They swept the Reds. Everything was going great. And I look at the standings; they're only a game up.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Dodgers started winning games. The Dodgers were like hovering around 500. It's not like they were awful, but they were hovering around 500 for a team that people thought this might be the greatest baseball team we've ever seen.
Gosh,
settle down.
Stop it. Yeah, everybody settle down.
We're sending out push notifications for Albert Pujols' first home run as a Dodger. Like, cool. So he's going to bat like 192 now. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I'm not.
Come on, man.
But you know what, Damien? I got to figure this out. And maybe, anybody can call in 916-349-1320. Ramsey in the chat. Ramsey can call in if you don't have the kids. I don't know. But there's something about this series. Look, when you just said all the implications, we're talking about a first-place Giants team up 2 games on the Dodgers right now. On this team that we, like I said, greatest team of all time, all this other stuff. I'm not at 10. I'm not at a 10.
Okay.
I should be at a 10. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? I should be at a 10. What's going on?
Kenny, there's like 150 games left. Relax. That's why.
That don't matter.
What do you mean?
Don't matter. When it's Giants, Dodgers, in first place, they could be playing in February. I don't care. Start the season early.
Why would they be playing in February?
It don't matter. They start the season early. They could do that. If it's Giants, Dodgers, in first place on the line, I need to be at a 10, and I'm not at a 10.
I think it's because you've been hanging around me too long. And you know that whatever happens, this series is worthless. It's just little bragging rights for you and Jason Jones. Like, it doesn't mean anything.
Stop it.
There's a million more games to be played.
Matter of fact, Damien, right now, you talking this blasphemy is getting me to 10. It's getting me to 10 right now.
Okay, Stephen A. We'll get up. We'll get up there then. It's the latest in the season that the Giants have had a better record than the Dodgers since June 2016. This is big. It's a big moment for you.
Well, I need the Giants to at least get 2 out of 3. They've done a good job of that all year long, at least getting 2 out of 3 in a lot of these series. I need that this week.
Do you second question? Did I ask a first? I don't know that I asked the first. Do you believe in the Giants? Maybe that's why you're not feeling it. Maybe you just know this is all smoke and mirrors. Maybe you know inevitably the Dodgers are going to take over. Maybe you have concerns that when Fernando Tatis returns, perhaps the Padres will also pass up the Giants. Maybe you think that what you're seeing so far is fool's gold from the Giants.
I think you might hit the nail on the head.
Ooh.
I look every day at the Giants in first place. Once again, I mentioned it again.
Yep.
Every Monday we come back, I put in the rundown and say Giants still in first place for now, barely, whatever the case may be. And I'm waiting for the inevitable.
Why do you think it's inevitable? Why aren't you buying it? Are you not buying it because you don't think the Giants are this good, or are you not buying it because you think the Dodgers are better?
If I got to be honest, man, I think the Dodgers are a better team. I mean, they're not crazy tough for
no, it's not.
Saying,
I just know it hurts you to say that.
They're a better team right now. I mean, look, it doesn't really hurt me to say it, Damian, because I've seen not only 1, not only 2, but 3 real championships in my life. So, I mean, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good. I can say that. I'm secure in they're not secure with their championships because they shouldn't be, first of all, because it's a trash championship. So I'm okay saying, hey, they're a better team right now.
So if I were to call Jason Jones right now, he were to tell me he's not secure in that World Series title that they got last year.
Oh, he'll put on a brave front.
Oh,
that's what it is.
I see.
But I can guarantee you he wants this one so he can shut people like me up. But he ain't gonna get it.
I believe that. He's not
gonna get it.
The Warriors,
that big championship.
The Warriors, the Giants. The Giants have won 5 in a row. The Padres have won 6 in a row, and the Dodgers have won 4 in a row. The Giants have won 8 of their last 10. The Padres have won 9 of their last 10.
Come on, man.
And the Dodgers have won 8 of their last 10.
Why we got to play this good? Why we got to play this good just to hold on to first? This don't make no sense.
Yeah, you mentioned being 2 games up on the Dodgers. You're only a game up on the Padres.
Come on, man.
It's a hell of a division right here. Why aren't you out of 10? Because you should be excited for this.
Maybe that's why, because this is unfair. We got to play 800 ball just to be up by a game. Come on, man.
Well, the Padres are playing 900 ball.
Whatever, Damian.
Okay, all right, all right. I'll drop it.
The one thing I will
Friday.
say about this,
hey, I don't want to get y'all worked up. You got some McQueen behind you.
No, I need to be worked up. It's Giants Dodgers weekend. I need to get worked. You're doing a great job of doing what you're supposed to.
You know what?
I need to get
you know what? I know what it is. I'll help you. 4:00 show ends. We'll sign off on the live stream at 4:00. I'll drive over to Elk Grove. I know what it is. I figured this out. You got those new Bel Air blue bottles in your house. You can't have that Dodger blue in your house. You can't have those blue colors there. I'll come get them. I'll come get those bottles out. We'll have Ben re-up you, when the Giants and Dodgers series is over. I'll take those off your hands. I got you.
Well,
I think that's part of the
Dodger blue.
But it's blue. We got to get those out of there, fam. We got to get those out of there. That's what's wrong. I got you. I'll help you out. Man, I'm here to help. I'm your teammate. I'm Jay Will. I'm Jay Will with the behind the back pass. I'm Tisha Pinachero with the no look.
I think I'll take my chances.
Should have gotten Tisha on this week. That's what we should have done.
Next week we ain't going nowhere.
I was trying to get people to join the stream, but I couldn't get any. But when Yo was on, all the people she was talking about, but they weren't. They all responded like 6 hours later. Like, what? We're not still talking to her, right? Like, come on, man. Appreciate it, but hey, what are you doing right now? Responded 6 hours later. Nothing. What you doing? Like, no, I'm sorry you mistook that as like I can't. Like I literally meant, what are you doing right now? Can you jump on this live stream?
Oh man. Well, between what we got planned for some Fridays.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have a lot of that.
Some McQueen happy hours, you say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's how we roll.
Okay, Jazz. There's another one. It's Charlotte Blue. It's not Melo's drink.
Yeah, how's Charlotte doing in the playoffs? By the way, let's get that out of here. We ain't nobody talking about no Charlotte. Let's talk about the playoffs here, though. Since I think I did my job. I got you a little riled up for.
Yeah, I'm turned up.
I like it. I'm with it. I feel better about myself. I think I've accomplished something, and we've got
LA. Beat LA.
Arguably the first playoff game tonight. I guess the first playoff game took place last night when the Wizards eliminated the Pacers. Now we've got the Golden State Warriors and the Memphis Grizzlies. You can catch that game tonight here on ESPN 1320 beginning at 6 o'clock. We're all going Warriors, yeah?
Yes.
And it would be, I mean, it's a 39-33 team versus a 38-34 team, but it sure feels like it would be a colossal upset if Memphis beat Golden State.
That's how I look at it. Maybe I shouldn't look at it as a colossal upset.
I mean, colossal is a strong word, but I'm expecting Golden State to win that.
Yeah, Damien, I'd be floored if the Warriors lost this game at home.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be floored.
Because nobody wants to see the Golden State Warriors in the playoffs. Y'all don't want to see them.
Watch them Jazz do to them boys.
We very well might not. Nobody might see them in the playoffs if this thing.
Watch what them Jazz do to them boys.
You think they're going to run them out the building?
Yes.
Well, maybe.
Jazz in 5. I'll give Monte say one game.
Okay. Let's look ahead to the actual playoffs that begin tomorrow. Let's look at some of these first round series. The Heat and the Bucks.
Oh, me and the chat are not seeing eye down. All the Ramses and the Leezys, they keep getting on this, Heat Nation, Heat culture, and all this other stuff. They about to beat them again. I'm gonna tell you right now, Milwaukee about to slap them boys up.
I'm
Milwaukee
with you.
About to slap them boys up. Now, slap is a relative term because I got the Milwaukee winning in 6.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Milwaukee winning.
Okay. I got Milwaukee in that one as well. I don't think we've talked about this series at all, nor do I think we've talked about this team. It's the Mavericks at the Clippers, game 1 tomorrow in that series. We both like the Clippers, I think, headed deep-ish into the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Is this you've got a 7-game series on the Eastern Conference side? Is this one that potentially goes for a while?
Absolutely not, Damien. Okay. Clippers easy work.
I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm just asking questions. It's not easy work. I don't think the Mavericks going to be easy work for the Clippers.
Clippers in 5.
I wonder. I'm so fascinated by where the Clippers mindset is. Because it feels like, and I know Deuce and Mo were talking about this with us earlier this week. It feels like there's been no talk about the Clippers for a really, really long time.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Clippers, things have just kind of fallen silent, and maybe we're focused on the Lakers. Maybe we're focused on the Jazz or the Suns, or we're focused on just about everybody except for the Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah. And I think that's the way they want it. I think that's the way they like
too.
it. I look at it like this, man. The Clippers are in a situation where I think they know and they understand nothing matters but the playoffs. And they've just been biding their time. They've been doing whatever. Seeding, none of that even mattered. It all mattered. They're going to be judged by what they do in this postseason. I think they understood that from the start. And I think this is what they've been waiting to get for. And I know it sounds crazy, but Paul George is about to go off. I think Kawhi is about to get back into his bag. I think Kawhi going to get in his bag, like Toronto championship year.
Bag. Wow.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some big games from Kawhi. I think Rondo's going to be ready to make some big moves. Serge Ibaka will be back in there. I like what the Clips are doing. And like Ramsey said, it's time for crybaby Luka Doncic to get slapped.
Okay. And you mean figuratively in the playoffs. The Clippers have played 50 seasons without a conference finals appearance, extending their own record of the most seasons played by a team without reaching the conference finals. That includes the NFL. That includes Major League Baseball. That includes hockey. That includes all of the major sports right there. Kawhi and Paul George continue to be the leaders of this group. When they both played during the regular season, the Clippers numbers would indicate they were one of, if not the NBA's top team. When Kawhi Leonard and Paul George are both on the floor, they are 32-11. Their offensive efficiency is 117.2. Their field goal percentage is just under 60. Like, when these two are out there together, man, they get business done.
So they only played 43 games together.
43 of 72.
Yeah, they about to do work. They about to do work in these playoffs. And once again, like I said yesterday, I could see myself a month from now, 3 weeks from now, 2 weeks, whatever, saying, what were you thinking? Why did you
get fooled by this again? Yeah.
Why would you put your trust in Paul George? Why would you do that?
Yep.
I could see myself doing that.
Yep.
But I'm going with the Clippers in this series and in the Western Conference.
I think that's a bit, and I understand. I feel like that stuff is a smidge bit overblown. It's bad. The 3-1 blown lead and all of that stuff is bad. And, it's fallen on the shoulders of Doc Rivers because it's happened to him multiple times. And he's obviously in Philadelphia now. God forbid Philadelphia gets up 3-1 against somebody and loses game 5.
Doc.
Oh man, they get up 3-1 and lose that game 5. It's going to be something. It's going to be something intense there for Doc. Let's get to this series right here. I know our producer Jesse has an interest in this one. We all have an interest in it because it involves the Brooklyn Nets. Any chance the Boston Celtics pull this out?
No.
Jaylen Brown's not coming back. His season is over. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I answer too quickly. I mean, it's just the bottom line there. I apologize, Jesse. You're my man's, but your team ain't doing nothing.
One game, 2 games.
I'm gonna say no. Before I had
they're not getting swept.
Look, it's not an indictment on Jason Tatum. It's not an indictment on my man Kemba Walker. They just don't have the horses to match up with a Brooklyn team that's going to be looking to make a statement.
I don't even know if Brooklyn's going to be engaged in game 1. Boston might win tomorrow.
They're looking to make a statement. Brooklyn going to be looking to make a statement.
I think you're using your imagination. I don't think they are. I don't think Brooklyn cares. Brooklyn's like, just get me to the finals. Wake me up when we're at the finals. And they're going to mess around and sleep. They're going to mess around and sleep past their alarm.
Even more, the Clippers just want to get to the playoffs. They're like, I just want to get to the finals.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Everybody been talking about how unbeatable the Brooklyn Nets are for all of these months. Here's arguably the most intriguing game tomorrow night, at least from my seat. The Blazers at the Nuggets. I think the Blazers could pull out this series.
I do too. I'm picking the Blazers to win this series. I think this might be a
long series.
Yeah. I'm gonna say Blazers in 6.
Okay.
Yeah, Blazers in 6.
I like the Blazers winning this one. That's the slate of games for Saturday. The slate of games for Sunday. It opens up nice and early start. The Wizards at the 76ers. I'm here for the beef. I'm here for the fun. But a lot like Milwaukee and a lot like Los Angeles Clippers, I think Philadelphia is here for business. Washington's not. Washington deserves to be commended for a lot of reasons. Like, they were 15 games under 500. Remember the Bradley Beal meme where he's like sitting on the bench?
I mean, they were getting blasted though.
They were down by like 30. Like, they were, I think that was their 14th or 15th game, loss that put them under 500. And it just sitting here. And I think that started to get Bradley Beal out of DC movement, and here they are going against Philadelphia. They're an 8 seed. They fought all the way back again. They were 15 games under 500. They finished 34-38. That doesn't include the play-in games. But Philadelphia, I think, is too strong.
Yeah, I think they win the series. I think it's going to be competitive, though. I could see Washington. I'm gonna go Philly in 6.
So wow. Okay, I was gonna ask, is like, because you can have competitive games. But not necessarily a competitive series. Like the game 1 is competitive, but Philly wins. Game 2 is competitive, but Philly wins. Game 3 is really competitive. It goes to overtime, but Philly wins. All of the games are competitive, but it still results in a 3-0 lead for Philadelphia. I could see something like that happening, but I don't think it's going to. I think there'll be some decent games in here, but I think ultimately like 4-1 at the most. Which I mean, that hurts me a little. You know how much that hurts me.
A little ambitious with the Philly and 6. It probably could be more around 5 or 4, but I'm gonna go Philly and 6.
The one everybody's looking forward to, I think, Lakers Suns. You're either looking forward to the Lakers losing, or I guess there are only two camps. You love the Lakers or you hate them. And Vegas, they're a betting favorite. The Lakers are a betting favorite in Las Vegas. That means nothing to me because I'm not throwing my money away. You've got Phoenix definitively winning this series.
Yeah, I got the Suns winning this one. I'm gonna go Suns in 7. I'm gonna go Suns in 7. They'll win it in front of the best fans in the world.
Oh dear God. Who said that again? Charles Barkley? Dan Marley? Thunder Dan? Hawks and the Knicks.
Go New York, go New York, go. I got Knicks in 7.
Is Julius Randle the most improved player? Does he win that award?
Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah.
It's been riveting radio as I've agreed with so many things that you've said here. Hawks Knicks, and then
common occurrence.
It really isn't, but this is just the first round. I don't imagine we're going to have similar thoughts. I don't think the Suns are beating the Lakers, by the way. You know how much I love Chris Paul. I love Monty Williams. I love what they've done. I desperately want the Kings to find a way to emulate it.
What you say, Lakers in 6, Lakers in 5? What you got?
Suns win game 1, maybe Lakers win, the next couple. I see 6. I could see 6.
Okay.
If the Lakers win this series, I don't think they lose before the finals. If they lose in the finals, this is the series to me that they'll show me. Okay, they're ready. They're playoff mode activated.
You better get them early, huh?
And the Suns are a perfectly capable team. This is the playing thing. This is the Lakers playing down. This is the Lakers season falling apart. Well, sort of falling apart. This is LeBron James being out. This is them dropping in the standings. It's not just having to win, a play-in game to get in. It's now you're playing one of the top seeds.
Right.
This isn't a 4 versus 5. This is a 7 versus 2.
Right.
If you're going to knock them out, this is going to be the time to do it, because I think if they get this one, they could wind up taking everybody out, including the Los Angeles Clippers, who that's the team I'm leaning the strongest towards to come out of the conference.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I still got the Suns going at 7. Wow.
Are you going Clippers out of the conference?
Yeah, I got the Clippers and the Nets in the NBA Finals. That's crazy, but that's what I got.
The Clippers and the Nets. That is crazy.
Who would have?
Because it's not the Lakers and the Knicks. It's the Clipper. Like, you show that to someone in 1984. Child, no.
In 2004, after the Nets were
the New Jersey Nets. Yeah, you had Jason Kidd squad there, but no one that's the most no one thought they were gonna win. Who thought the New Jersey Nets were gonna win an NBA championship back then?
Nobody. Could I?
There is one more playoff game, by the way. It'll be the Jazz versus tonight's winner.
Oh yeah, we already said. Well, I said Jazz winning 5. What you got for that series?
I'm assuming the Warriors win tonight. Yeah, I think the Jazz win the series. I don't think the Warriors can beat the Jazz 4 times.
Real quick,
I'd be amused as hell if they did, though.
I don't know if you saw this one today. Today in 2006 or so, the years are not even important. The Pistons beat the Cavaliers in Game 7 of their series against each other.
Okay.
Detroit scored 79 in the win. Do you know how many points Cleveland scored?
Oh dear. No, I don't.
61 points. 79-61.
Wow.
Come on, man. And we used to love this kind of basketball.
Wow.
79-61.
I mean, Cavs Pistons, all I'll ever remember is LeBron's superhero, performance at the end of that one.
like 30 or 32 or something.
It was absolutely insane. As this week was, man, it was a fantastic week. We were so happy you were a part of it. Thanks for your endless support here of D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. If you missed anything we did this week, including our conversations with Rick Aldelman, Yolanda Griffith, the deep voice Marshall Harris, or Deuce and Mo, if you missed our conversation earlier today with Mr. Haliburton, you definitely want to go check that out on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. By the way, all of the shout out to the new subscribers who got off not only did they get us off of that uncomfortable 666 number, they got us way past that number. So we appreciate all of the new subscribers over there on YouTube. We hope you have a fantastic weekend, and we'll see you back here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Because the Celtics aren't healthy. If they had Jalen there, I'd probably make it a 6-game series. It's gonna be too much. The Brooklyn, they can key in on Tatum. They don't need him to.
Oh, it's Biggie's birthday. Missed that.
Yeah, somebody said that. I didn't realize it was Biggie's birthday.
Missed that. Missed it. It was all a dream. All right. I have some video commercials to cut.
Oh.
No.
That's how you feel?
No.
What shirt is that, by the way? That's a nice shirt.
That's Full Court. I think it's called Full Court Sport. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Full Court Sport.
I like that.
Black-owned brand available at Nordstrom's.
I like that.
Here are my scripts. I got these scripts, yo. All right. We appreciate y'all for what's going on here? I didn't check the chat house. What's going on here? Yes, let's hit that.
Indeed.
Appreciate you.
Play some Biggie today, then.
Appreciate you, David. Yep, I'm gonna go hit it on that bump box. I hit it on that bunk box. Let's go
tonight for sure.
All right, y'all. We appreciate you for hanging out, man. Thanks for a big week, especially here on the stream. And we'll connect with y'all Monday. Go to thedopeones.com. Use the promo code DLOKC, DLOKC, 10% off. Go to thedopeones.com. See y'all Monday.